what it do?
Hey.
What's up? Good Monday. What's going on?
Summer out again.
How you guys doing? Yeah, it's hot.
It's like 80 degrees.
It's burning up out there.
Doing?
What are we doing?
I don't think I realized how hot it was. I brought out the sweatshirt this morning, and then when I got dressed coming from the gym, I was like, whoa, like what are we doing here? And I looked at the old phone, the weather app on my telephone, and I went, oh. I did not anticipate.
Here we are again.
Yeah, I was like, what? We got summer part 3?
I think it's supposed to be 90s tomorrow.
Well, my buddy's down in San Francisco right now. It's 91 down there.
Come on.
Well, it's like almost October. It's 91 in San Francisco.
That is always the hottest time of year in San Francisco.
Is it really?
September, October. They have a weird Indian summer.
I assumed that San Francisco, anytime, I've been to San Francisco probably 8 to 10 times in my life. It's 71 and cloudy during the summer, and then if it's not in the midst of the summer, then it's 59 and rainy. Like what?
Yeah, and often foggy and windy.
91.
Wait, I thought summer was colder there.
Summer, probably colder than 71 usually. I would say 60-ish in the summer with fog and wind.
Well, here we go. That's apparently we're the new Arizona between us and San Francisco. It's hot as balls. I was not prepared for this heat.
The people want to know.
What do we got?
Will you be turning your sprinklers back on?
No, they're off. I turned the main line off.
Done for the season.
Yeah. You know, you go in the ground, that way it doesn't freeze or whatever. So I officially made the decision like a week ago to go and turn off the main line. And once that's turned off, it does not come back on.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah, we're done. And look, let's be honest. If it gets a little brown for a week or two, it'll be fine.
Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, for heaven's sakes, we broke out the Halloween decorations this weekend.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I saw some of those in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
I was not ready for that.
No, I did. You ever had one of those days where you do absolutely nothing and it's everything that you ever dreamed it to be?
Yeah.
And then, like, the BTJ, as she's leaving to go do whatever she's doing, I got hit with several assignments. And one of those assignments, because she won't go into the murder shed. No one, the murder shed, like I could do whatever I wanted in there. No one's going in there.
Now, is that where the Halloween decorations
That's where
are?
the Halloween decorations are and the bodies. You go into the murder shed or the haunted shed. I have 2 sheds. And so I had to go in there and dig out the Halloween decorations. And I was like, what? Halloween? And then I realized we're like a week away from October. Kind of threw me for a loop. But yes, the Sukanic household now, not outside, but inside, yeah, we're full Halloween. There's pumpkins, there's lights, there's a skeleton for some reason on our entry bench. I don't know.
Little early.
But again, when you don't have anything to do with it, like literally, I sat and I watched football while they decorated. So I don't really, like, how do you complain and say it's too early when you literally do nothing other than bring the decorations in from the murder shed?
Maybe you could tell her that something happened to him out in the murder shed, you know? Like,
oh, yeah.
They're just covered in rat feces or whatever.
You know, but then the problem is, you know what happens then? We just go buy more.
You have to buy new
buy
ones.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this will save you some money.
Yeah. I don't want to buy more Halloween decorations. I don't want to buy the Halloween. I didn't want to buy the decorations we have now.
You'd love our house.
Yeah, none.
Not one thing.
I do not understand the season to season changes, but again, it's beyond my pay grade. I mean, I get like Christmas.
You mean the decorating?
Yeah.
The decorating for like
well,
holidays and
like
stuff?
Christmas I get, right? You put up a tree, there's there's some stockings, but I do not understand the changing of the seasons with the interior decorations. Like, God forbid, like come November 1st, if we still have a skeleton up, then we freak out. Come December 1st, if we still have the, I don't know, whatever the fall leaves up, then that's sacrilegious. And then you got to go into spring and that's got its own thing. I'm constantly we got big bins. And bins are going in and bins are going out. And I'm like, why don't we just come up with one kind of universal scheme? And then, like, for Christmas, like, that's the only time I feel like the interior of the house should make a radical shift.
Why don't you just leave them all up?
Well,
Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving. What else is there?
Well, you got 4th
of July. Leave it all. Just leave it all up.
You'll appreciate this. I got a neighbor, maybe like 2-3 blocks down from where I live, and they're big Halloween people. They love the Halloween.
I do not appreciate that.
And no, but you will appreciate this, and that the Halloween decorations stay up all year long. Like, they've got a zombie crossing sign. You know, they got the guy, like the zombie coming up out of the ground. That's year round.
Yeah, I told you at the house that's down my street that has the 10-foot tall werewolf that stayed up through February.
Stays up.
Yeah.
Is it still up?
No, it came down February, March.
Yeah. Well, they have
stayed up through Christmas though.
They have they have 2 sizable trees in their front yard, and there's a big spider web that stretches between the two.
Scary.
Yeah, and it's probably, I don't know, like 6 feet across by 6 feet high. It's a good spider web. And that spider web stays up all year, but they change the spider web, like what's in the web, based on the season. So when like the 4th of July hits, there's all American things in the spider web, and then the zombie coming up out of the ground has like an Uncle Sam like top hat on it. And then for Christmas, then Santa's like reindeer are in the spider web, and there's a Santa hat on the zombie. So it's weird in that the Halloween is year round. And then the Halloween gets incorporated into every other season. It's the damnedest thing.
But you're still swapping out decorations.
They are, but Halloween never stops. It's Halloween 12 months out of the year, and then I've never seen a zombie Santa, but until my neighbor. But it's so weird.
You know, you also think in today's technology era,
Yeah.
perhaps we could just have something that we put up that we can press a button and it shifts to the next.
Well, they have those. They have
See, there it is right there.
they have like these things. We have one, but it's only for Christmas. And to be honest with you, I haven't put it up in like 3 years. It's like a big floodlight, and you just stake it in the ground, and then it projects images on your house.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And then it will do Halloween images, and then we'll
Yes.
do Thanksgiving images,
See,
and then we'll
here's
do
the
Christmas
thing.
images.
I purchased it thinking that can be the end of my exterior decoration, right? Christmas comes along, I got Christmas stuff up. Halloween, yeah, that didn't work. The BTJ shut that down immediately because that wasn't nearly festive enough. It was very lazy on my part. I bought it thinking exactly what you were thinking is this solves all of our exterior problems. Nay, doesn't work. I was told to shut up and go out and put up the decorations.
That's too bad.
Yeah. It was like $100 too. Like, and she said, if I want, I can use it as a supplement. But apparently it wasn't good enough. I don't know what to tell you.
Here's somebody who says, and this is the Vancouver Ford text line, guys.
Yes. Where your money goes farther.
503-864-6326. Well, your money doesn't go further on the text line, but it does at Vancouver Ford.
But the text line is free. So
yeah. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. They said neighborhood bro leaves up his 8-foot pumpkin skeleton guy, and then they just put a new seasonal or holiday flag in his hand throughout the year. Now, that's a
See?
good way to go.
Yeah, that's kind of like what my neighbor does.
Yeah, it's a little easier.
Yeah.
But it's just,
Yeah.
it's too much of a beating.
Yeah. Well,
We don't decorate at our house.
Well,
I have a few little Christmas lights, and they're up year round, and I just turn them on in December. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
It's all I'm willing to do.
I appreciate that you've won that battle because I tried to do that and I got shut down.
She doesn't care.
Because I get this one a lot. What does it affect you? Just sit there and shut up. And then I'm like, it's a valid point.
What does what affect you? It affects you. You have to put it up.
Yeah, I do have to put up the exterior stuff. The interior, not so much. And then for the interior, I get shut up. It doesn't affect you. And for the exterior, I get this. Look at everything I do. I ask you to do one thing. She loves that one. Loves that one.
And she's probably right.
Yeah. So,
And there's really no. I'm
That- I
trying to
don't-
think of a retort.
I don't have a good retort for it. It's so then,
Yeah. Go put up the decks.
Yeah, she breaks out the cleaning, the dishes, the cooking, all that, the laundry, and then I'm like, she's like, I ask you to put up one row of lights, and I'm like, yeah, all right, and then
Well, just leave them up. Okay, that's what I think. Ryan Buckley is here, everybody.
Hey!
He is back.
Hello.
Sun River Stay and Play. How was it?
It was wonderful. Really good time. I even met a P1 out there.
Oh, yeah?
look at
Yeah. There we walked into Sun River Brewing for dinner on Saturday night,
Yeah, you
and
did.
there was
Bunch of bros.
there was a bunch of bros in. We were a bunch of bros. There were already even more bros in there, and they're all in these like matching white T-shirts that looked like they were on some like bachelor party or something like that. I didn't really pay it any mind, and then one of the guys comes over and he asks my friends if they know that they're sitting with a celebrity. And I didn't know what he was talking about either. And he's like, I'm a P1. I love primetime. And then turned out they were all there for a dad chiller party. So I think
wait.
a
what?
dad chiller
that.
party.
Oh my god.
What is it? Oh,
So
dad
someone's
chiller.
going to become a dad. He's got
Oh.
bros who are going to be uncles and stuff like that.
So
Okay.
they all
But,
wore matching shirts. They all went samesies.
Well, the dad had one that said dad, and then there was like cool
Oh my
uncle, and
gosh.
there was a bunch of other stuff like that. So
Let me just say for the record that if you're wearing a shirt that says "Cool Uncle," I can assure you, you are not.
Oh, it was all made for the event. I don't think they're actually wearing these around most of the time.
I didn't know guys did things like that.
I did.
I thought
Apparently
we just
so.
got together and drank beers.
I don't think they do, but
and told dirty jokes. Whatever happened to those days?
I don't know.
Wow.
But P1 Josh, big listener,
All right.
played at Portland State, really nice guy.
Hey, way to go, P1
Played
Josh.
what?
Running back. Okay, so this was the funny part is he just wanted to say hi. The dude who was like the dad for the bachelor party, he was sauced. And so he comes back over and he wants to tell me about his buddy Josh who came over's football career. And
Man,
and Josh
Guys,
is looking at me and
note
he's
to
shaking
self.
his head. He's like, "No.
guys, don't do that,
No."
please.
And Josh knew that was no. He's
We
like,
don't
"We
care.
went 0-12. We don't talk about it."
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I mean, you could just say, "Hey, played at Portland State, big sports guy. I listened to your show. Thanks a lot."
Well, he didn't
Here's
introduce
$100
like offer it.
bucks.
His buddy did, who was all hammered. So
Yeah.
Did you get
well,
a drink out of it? They buy you.
No.
Oh, okay.
did not.
Thought maybe you may have weaseled that into a beverage, but
Would be nice.
now, how did they recognize you?
I don't know.
Well, look
Probably
at him.
either YouTube, the CW.
Buckley's known.
don't know.
Look at him. Look at that handsome man over there. He's a known figure.
Hmm.
He was wearing a shirt that said "Primetime." He had it like it was
Yeah.
his name on the back.
That's right. I was
wearing a
I was
t-shirt.
wearing the "My son is an idiot" shirt.
It said, "I am the producer of Primetime with Isaac and Suk. If you must know."
It's like the guy that plays at Oregon that wears the Oregon shirt. You're like,
But I'm trying. Look, could you leave me alone?
So when I saw Martell Webster at Nordstrom's in a full blazer warm-up outfit, I was like, ooh, as if you didn't stand out enough. Sweet warm-ups there, Martell.
Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
Think he's around?
I doubt it.
He's from here.
Well, he's from Seattle.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah, he's
Seattle.
a Seattle guy. Yeah, he played a long time in this league.
Nice guy.
Yeah, Martell Webster was nice. What did he finish up with the Wolves?
Sure.
So I don't know when
Sounds right.
I don't know when the last time he played. I'll take a quick glancey here. Oh,
Well-
dude, he's been done since 17, man.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, he's 37 years old.
'Kay.
He had
Well-
successful surgery to repair a labrum, and then that was it. Ended with the Washington Wizards.
Rest in peace,
The great Martell Webster.
the great Martell Webster.
I'll never forget when he got drafted. He had that weird world coat on.
Yeah, and you gave him crap about it, and it was all downhill from there. Our relationship with him,
He was a nice guy.
he did not like that.
No.
But at the same time, look, it was a coat with a world map on it.
Look, someone had to discuss it.
That's
I
right.
didn't give him
It's
a hard
called
time.
courage.
I
You-
merely asked the question.
No, you gave him a hard time, but it's like, yeah, you have the courage to do that.
This
Not a
was-
lot of people do. Look, everyone thought
Yeah, everyone.
what you were thinking.
Everyone
what you
was
were
thinking
saying.
the same thing.
Yeah.
I had
And
to
he
Larry
got
David.
defensive because he knows that's
He wasn't comfortable wearing that coat.
That's right. That's why he got defensive.
I mean, like, what do you got, an atlas on you? Like, someone's gonna ask you.
I
and
mean,
it
what
wasn't-
is that?
It was like I think it was like a yellow leather world map. It was
And
very interesting.
He was a rookie.
Yeah.
So
Someone
got
had
some
to,
bad advice.
someone had to ask the question. So
Well, hopefully he's doing great. We have a big show today,
really big shoe.
I'm told. We've got some Pac-12 news
Yeah.
to discuss.
Turned down at the altar, huh?
Our NFL Week 3 Ted Nugent and our college football catwalk.
Hmm.
You excited?
On the catwalk. We're gonna do a little turn.
Meow.
I can't turn left. I'm not an ambi.
I'm going to put up a poll question here during the break, and we're going to have that for you when we return on The Fan. Hey, what's up? I'm not going to put up right, nice to have you along. Good Monday. It's time for our poll question. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. First, wrapping up Friday's question, we asked you, you must pick one of these four as your head coach for one season. Who do's yous choose? Proper grammar,
I like it.
I think.
I do. I do know.
You do knew that.
I do knew that.
Kyle Whittingham winning big time.
Yeah.
Big time. Bigly.
That's a big win, by the way, for Utah. I do knew that. They handled their business.
66% Kyle Whittingham. Lincoln Riley, 25%.
Lincoln Riley did not handle his business, although I don't think that's on Lincoln Riley, but, they didn't handle their business. They should have won that game.
Mike Gundy, 5%. And Brian Kelly, 4%.
Even though they did win, boy, all of a sudden that LSU win for USC, it's looking less and less impressive because LSU.
It's funny how each week goes by and we learn more and more about
I try to
teams.
You got to be careful with comparative statements. This team did this against this team, therefore, this other one did this, and all that. But look, it's safe to say, like, UCLA is objectively not good, and for LSU at home to be in a bit of a dogfight with them, that was and they won comfortably, but that was kind of a shocking sort of like, wow, I can't believe they're letting these guys hang around.
We'll get to all of that coming up in our college football catwalk.
Yes.
That wraps up Friday's poll question. Today we're asking you, whose play is most surprising? Is it Malik Willis, Justin Fields, Andy Dalton, or Sam Darnold?
It's Sam Darnold. And it's not just Sam Darnold. Don't get me started. We can do a whole thing.
I want to get you started.
So, I told you before I go to bed, if you have NFL Premium, you can, from NFL.com, you can pull up condensed games and you can watch the All 22. And I'll tell you right now, there is not a more surprising and impressive coach team on both sides of the ball in the NFL right now than the Minnesota Vikings. What they are doing with what they have, there just isn't a better story right now in the NFL. And we know on offense, obviously they have Justin Jefferson, who is all world, but dude, that offense is not littered with elite players. It just isn't. Although Aaron Jones has been great. And then on the defense, dude, it is the definition of outcasts and free agent signings and guys like Van Ginkel out there making plays, reject from Miami. It is a hodgepodge of guys. And if you want to know what coaching can do in the NFL, look no further than Minnesota. And it's not like their schedule has been easy. Right? What Minnesota is doing right now, they have confounded the 49ers. They made the Houston Texans. Now, some of that early on, it just, it was one of those games that wasn't working from Houston and it kind of spiraled out of control. But they have handled two very, very good offenses. And what Brian Flores is doing on the defensive side of the ball without a lot of talent is amazing. And then at this point, when we talk about elite, not just play callers, but schemers, right? People that design offenses and put you in good spots, right? We give Shanahan the love. We give McVay the love. I think Mike McDaniel, by the way, some of that shine has come off a little bit. And we really need to start putting Kevin O'Connell in the same class, because what he's done in Minnesota since taking over, what he did with Cousins, what he did with that offense, and now what he's doing with Sam Darnold. And we'll see if this is sustainable long term, because like I said, there is not an abundance of talent in Minnesota, but that is the best surprise and the best coach team. Not surprise team, that's the best coach team right now in the NFL.
Pretty impressive.
Yes.
Pretty impressive. But you could also make the case that the job LaFleur is doing with Malik Willis
Incredible.
is up there.
And yes, LaFleur, by the way, I think we've already done that. LaFleur belongs in that same class of those elite schemers.
The job that Canales did with Andy Dalton this week. Canales is the guy who resurrected Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
And then you have the job that Arthur Smith is doing in Pittsburgh with Justin Fields. Now, that one is a little different because we're used to seeing Pittsburgh win ugly, and without a lot of offense. Yeah. That's like Tomlin's style.
This is what they're doing.
But he looks good. Fields looks good. He says he's a lot more comfortable.
Well, and they're
they're
not asking him to do things that he's not comfortable
doing. Well, that's
doing.
the whole point. Isn't that the whole point of getting these guys on to feel more confident and be able to play a little better is that. And they're doing that with Malik Willis too in Green Bay. So all of these, you could say coaching matters in the NFL. Well, coaching matters everywhere. It's just it's just glaring when you see it,
Yeah.
and it's nice to see because those guys. I mean, my God, Sam Darnold MVP after 3 weeks? Are you kidding
Well,
me?
And again, there will be.
Are you
I love
kidding
what
me?
Sam Darnold is doing, but there will be a regression here. We've seen this from O'Connell, where it's surprising he's doing it against really good teams. Although the Niner defense at this point, But when you look at what he's done, even when Kirkers got hurt, right? He had these brief moments with some of the backups. Nick Mullins was back there slinging it. So there will be some regression because when you go back and look at these games, Sam Darnold is trying to be old Sam Darnold at times, and then O'Connell reels him in and no one's really made him pay. But he is dealing right now. I don't know. And I thought this with New Orleans. Remember, I said, I don't know if what New Orleans is doing is sustainable to the level, because so much of that is scheme. It's not necessarily talent. I wonder. Now, I think that O'Connell in Minnesota is much different than Kubiak down in New Orleans. But I do think that there is going to be a regression in Minnesota as more tape gets out on what they're doing on both sides of the ball. I think some of this will come back down to earth a little bit, and I think Darnold will kind of. I don't know if he's going to go back to being old Sam Darnold. I think that you certainly can't say that. By the time we get to week 8 or 9, I doubt we're talking about Sam Darnold as an MVP. I don't think it quite shows up like that on film.
I don't think anyone thinks that.
But what he's doing right now and what they're asking him to do, and they're so like Aaron Jones has been arguably right now, this is the best running game in football. And when you talk about success in the NFL, dictating terms, playing ahead of the chains, being on schedule, and that is what they're doing. And then they're asking Darnold to play in the confines of a comfortable system and just get the ball to Jefferson. And Darnold's doing it, and it's really, really impressive. I'll be interested to see what the response from defenses, because we see this all the time. Once we get a look at you for 4 or 5 weeks, there are going to be some teams on both sides of the ball with Minnesota. They're going to start throwing some different things at them because, again, it's not an uber talented team, and then we'll see what Minnesota's adjustment to it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the NFL, right?
I love it.
Is that X's and O's chess game.
Yeah.
But
And you see the difference between the haves and the have-nots as far as coaching staffs.
coaches, that's right.
It's just,
That's
it's
right.
such night and day difference.
Well, it so is. It's like, I think the best example is the Eagles.
Yeah.
The Eagles won, and give them credit.
It's such a
But
talented
they
roster.
won in spite of Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy sucks. That's a loaded roster and a very good franchise with a bad coach.
I would
It
love
is.
to see if you could take O'Connell and Flores
Yeah,
and give them the
Exactly.
Eagles team.
exactly.
I feel like that's a Super Bowl winner. This Eagles team, it just kind of feels like you're just
They're
kinda,
not going to win.
No.
They're not going to win with him, and
No.
they'll fight, and they've
Yeah.
got a hell of a roster,
Yeah.
and they could make some noise. They already have. I mean, they went to the Super Bowl, but that dude, and now there are reports that he and Hurts can't even be in the same room.
Yeah, everything's hunky dory though. And you got that down in Dallas. Dallas is always bitching
Crazy.
and moaning at each other, and the coaching in the NFL, it's everything.
Well, I
It
just
is
love-
absolutely everything.
Well, it's not everything, though. I would push back on that and say that the NFL, I think one of the reasons the NFL is so great is that every single aspect of an organization matters by about the same degree. Front office,
Mhm.
ownership, cap management, quarterback, coach, GM, all of it. You have to have all of it.
Sure.
And if you look at, like, if you have a weakness anywhere, like the Eagles at coach, or some teams, I mean, weaknesses all over the place, or like Carolina, just bad owner,
Yeah.
like that, you see that it is reflected. Like everything has to be in sync.
I just was
And
talking.
I think that's,
Go ahead.
well, no, I just
No,
think
it's
that's
a-
what makes the NFL so great. Whereas in baseball, you can just, you have a smart GM can win you a lot of games just
Yeah.
because of what he did. Like Howie Roseman's a really good GM in Philly, but he cannot coach. You still have to have a really good coach put your pieces together, and then you got to manage the money. Dallas can't do that. They're terrible at that. That's Jerry. So I think that's one of the things about the NFL. It's great, and we're seeing that where you have some teams with bad quarterbacks, or technically no quarterback, and yet here they are winning games.
Yeah, it's a valid point. I guess when I say everything to me, I guess it was more along the lines of, it's glaring when you look at like what Chicago has. and as far as young quarterbacks go, right? And what they're doing for Caleb Williams versus what Green Bay is doing for Jordan Love, what Green Bay is doing for Malik Willis, what Kevin O'Connell is doing for Kirk Cousins, and what he's doing for Sam Darnold. When you see the coaching staffs that get it, when you see both sides of the ball that scheme well and put their teams in advantageous situations and don't get exposed and give themselves a chance to win, it's just so glaring. I guess that's my thing when I say it's everything. It's just so glaring. The teams that are well coached and disciplined and well run and the teams that are not. And yeah, sometimes you have teams that are just uber talented and they can overcome these sorts of things. But more often than not, like if you ask me, would I rather have a average coach team that has a superior roster, or just a roster that's put together, and this goes to your GM thing, of the right guys that play in a really, really good scheme and a really, really good system and that fit a cohesive idea of what you want a team to be, I will take that every single time. We love to make a big deal out of star players, right? Dallas. Oh, Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. And we do this. Oh, well, we need to go out and get a number one receiver. If you don't have a Jordan Jefferson, then you can't win in this league. And it's horse bleep. There's a reason why most players outside of quarterbacks don't even move the point spread a point. This is a team game.
Yep.
And
can't have holes.
It's really hard to have holes.
The whole roster has to be solid.
Yep.
You have to balance the rookie pay with the veterans.
And what do you do when you have to pay your quarterback? And
you got to make tough decisions. It's just the whole thing is the way it's structured is makes it a really interesting league, and it creates the parity that we're seeing. So whose play is more surprising? Malik Willis, Justin Fields, Sam Darnold, or Andy Dalton? Vote on X at 1080 The Fan, and damn it, vote hard.
Oh, I did. I voted the hell out of the Minnesota Vikings.
Quick note on this before we move on to some Pac-12 news. I was looking at those four. They combined make $21 million this year, those four guys.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott and Joe Burrow combined make $105 million this year. 1-5. Those guys are 9-0. The previous four 9-0 at $21 million. Dak and Burrow 1-5 at $105 million. But the worst part is, the worst of all of it is, we all know Dak and Burrow are the guy you want if you want to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it's
the guys you want.
Because the scrapwood pieces that you found on the heap, Geno 3-0, Justin Fields 3-0,
but
Sam
it's cool
Darnold,
to
3-0.
I just think it's cool to see these teams having some success with these guys that were written off. Like Malik Willis having success in Green Bay makes Tennessee, it makes their staff under Mike Vrabel look bad.
Yes,
and somewhat the same with Fields, certainly with Darnold.
The problem is that when you get to play the better teams that are well coached, and then they have the Pat Mahomes or they have the Joe Burrow.
I mean, we all know
that's when rubber meets the road.
Yeah, I mean, you don't win.
No.
Well, the Eagles won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles, so
That's
it
true,
can be done.
but they didn't get there with him.
No, they didn't.
They got there with Carson Wentz.
But I just think it's cool what Sam Darnold is doing, and he's drawing a lot of comparisons to like Baker Mayfield. But I think that's a bad comparison because I just think Darnold was way worse off than Baker Mayfield, and
Agreed.
Completely written off way more than Baker Mayfield.
Yes,
Mayfield has always had kind of that.
Yeah. He won a playoff
he's
game.
got something.
Yeah, he's got hurt.
We can do. He needs to mature a little bit. He needs to be in the right system. We can do something with him. Darnold never had that. Darnold was just like, he sucked.
Yep.
He was a bust.
He was terrible.
Completely dead.
Yep.
Left for dead.
Geno Smith. That's a better comparison.
To who?
To Sam Darnold. Geno was written off, done,
exactly.
not a starter.
Yes.
And by the way, Geno right now,
He's playing
Geno is playing at a top 6 or 7 quarterback rate right now in the NFL. And so is Sam Darnold. It's 3 weeks, and Geno's got a larger sample, but it's got to make you feel good for those two guys who were, like you said, beyond written off.
All right, well, the Pac-12 is not getting Air Force.
No.
And they are not getting UNLV.
Nope.
All the latest news on what they're doing, conference realignment continuing. Next, here is Buck. right, well, the Pac-12 news is hot and heavy today for whatever reason.
And it's not good. Like we were kind of thought that there would be big news coming out of it, that the Pac-12 had kind of got its at least for the foreseeable future, its members, and then we were told not so fast.
Well, they did get Colorado State, Fresno State, Boise State, and San Diego State.
Yeah, but that happened a while back.
Yeah.
But so they're sitting at 6. We knew they had to get to, at least 8. Arguably, they wanted to get to 9 or 10. So, they were sniffing around the AAC schools. We knew that. And today was kind of put up as a deadline for that. And then if that didn't work out, they would maybe sniff back around some of the Mountain West schools. And apparently they got told no on both fronts.
Yeah, so Air Force and UNLV are staying in the Mountain West.
Yeah.
That was they reiterated that today.
Yeah, Pete Thamel had that, said sources that UNLV and Air Force are committing to it. And that's a big deal because for the Mountain West, that's kind of their 2 anchor schools right now.
Yeah, and I guess the report is that the Mountain West is offering them cash, basically taking the exit fees from the 4 schools that left for the Pac-12 and offering guaranteed money to UNLV and Air Force and everybody else in that league in order to stay.
Yes.
And that seems to have worked.
Yeah.
And then you have, in the American Athletic, you have Tulane, Memphis, South Florida, and Texas San Antonio, and all 4 of those schools announced they are staying.
Yeah, so the AAC, and I saw this last week, that the AAC was putting on a big blitz to their teams, basically saying, with the Pac-12, you have an unknown, right? You don't know what the media deal is. You don't know what the leadership is. All of that is very strange. And by the way, it's a long way to travel. Same thing we've heard from, Pac-12 fans that broke up about going to the Big Ten, and certainly with going to the ACC. The difference is those schools are getting a lot of money. The AAC media deal is $9 million per school. It's the best of the group of 5, soon to be group of 6, right? Media deals. So the Pac-12 is kicking around a number somewhere between 9 and 12 million, seems to be the one that everyone's kind of kicking around. Some people believe that that's closer to 10. So, and I brought this up last week, for a school like Tulane, is it worth packing up and going out west for an extra $1 million? And supposedly what the AAC did was tell their teams, hey, we are on top of this. We understand. One, we have a media rights deal that's going to be on par, if not, right. I don't know about better, but on par with the Pac-12. And they are going to bring in private equity. They understand that they cannot operate the way that the Power Four do, and they already have a plan in place to be aggressive and kind of be the most forward-thinking group of 5 conference. And they sold that to their teams. And apparently they sold it to them enough to where the unknown of the Pac-12 wasn't enticing.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It sort of feels like they're all kind of the same.
Yeah. Well, and
so why bounce around? Like, I would imagine they got a better deal now because they were being flirted with.
Sure.
So,
maybe you get a little extra area. You say, hey, when the private equity comes in, you guys get a little bigger slice of the pie.
And the other thing to me is that I just feel like I don't know how much it matters, the difference between like the Mountain West and the American Athletic and the new Pac-12 and whatever other stupid leagues are out there. First of all, nobody knows who plays in what.
No.
Like, can you name the AAC teams?
I mean, I can. Yeah, actually, I can for the
all
most
of
part.
them.
Oh, not all of them, but I can give you the big.
Because I'm looking at the standings.
Yeah.
It's Army, Navy, North Texas, East Carolina, South Florida, Memphis, Tulane. Obviously, we talked about UTSA, but then also UAB, Tulsa, Florida Atlantic.
It's not great.
Rice, Temple. Like, who cares? What is the difference between that and this Mountain West that now has Air Force and UNLV as its top teams? Pac-12 is maybe a little better because of Oregon State and Washington State, but not much because they're now going to have to add, like, they're saying now that Utah State has been offered a spot in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And then that's what, 7? So they need at least 1 more, if not 3 more. And what's that going to be? Like North Dakota State?
Well, and my thing is, what I don't understand this notion of like, oh, we want to build the toughest conference. I don't think you do. To me, when you're talking about the group of 5 here or group of 6, whatever you want to call it, look, your media deal is going to be what it is, right? There's not
kind of all the same.
Exactly. There's not a single thing. The Mountain West deal actually sucks. The Mountain West pays like $4 million a year. So, but when their deal is up, I would assume that they get a bump and get closer to that 9 or 10 million. But there's not a single school amongst this group that drives any sort of TV revenue, right? So the deals are all going to be somewhat comparable to each other. So this idea of the AAC being tougher than the Mountain West or the Pac-12 being tougher than the AAC, who cares? You only get one shot at getting into the playoff. And I would make the argument that playing in a softer conference and being 11-1 is better than playing in a tougher conference and being 10-2.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the only thing that matters for those schools are, can you have a media deal that's somewhat functional? And I think that's all going to happen because, like you said, all those deals are going to be roughly the same. And then it's about access to the playoff. And I don't think that going through a tougher gauntlet of the group of 5 makes any sort of difference. And I think schools are starting to realize that. And they're like, dude, we're not jumping ship to go pack up and go to something that we don't know, because you can call it the Pac-12. At the end of the day, it's unknown leadership. It's unknown who the rest of the teams are, whereas the AAC has some stability. The one that I think is surprising is UNLV. UNLV and Air Force said no. Like, that's the one that I found odd. And I also want to see how much money the Mountain West agreed to pay them to get them to stay.
Yeah.
And isn't it weird that it's the Pac-12's own money
Yeah.
that's getting those two schools to stay?
I would imagine if they were going to get UNLV and Air Force, they would have got them initially with the other 4. So obviously they were holdouts from the beginning.
Yeah.
And
or maybe the Pac-12 was trying to play tough and only give them half shares, thinking that
yeah, well, that didn't work.
that didn't work.
So yeah, I mean, the Mountain West figured out, hey, we got a bunch of money coming in from all these exit fees. We'll just give it to the 8 remaining schools. And for them, they're like, well, I can take that, or I can go to the unknown of this projected Pac-12 revenue, which isn't that much better than what the Mountain West will be once, like you said, they get a new deal. So I'll just take the we'll just take the cash and stay here.
So,
And like you said, it's easier to win here.
yeah.
So I don't know. I think there's one other consideration here that we haven't discussed, which with regards to these group of 5s, and we'll get to that and wrap up the convo next on The Fan. Yeah, Pac-12 trying to fill out its roster today.
Not going well.
No, we'll see what Utah State says.
Yeah, so Utah State is on the clock, and if Utah State accepts,
And they're in the
they're in the Mountain West.
Mountain West, yeah.
So remember, so the 4 AAC schools said no. UNLV, Air Force, no. Now Utah State down the line. Gonzaga supposedly is in talks. Multiple sources with the Pac-12, but that would be basketball only, so that wouldn't make any difference to what we're talking about.
That'd be kind of cool though for hoops.
Yeah, I was surprised because that was the Big 12 originally talked about maybe going to grab them and UConn, but UConn wanted to be a full member. But anywho, back to the Pac-12 stuff. Like, if they get Utah State, that's 7 for the Mountain West, 7 for the Pac-12. Dude, can you guys just kiss and just form your 14-team league and just be done with it? Are we really going to have like a 7-team Mountain West and a 7-team Pac-12, which, by the way, you can't have?
Well,
that means you're now adding like, a North Dakota State and a South Dakota State to each one to get to 8?
Yeah, I think that the big consideration here that we didn't talk about last segment is that for the longest time, I feel like these leagues and some of these schools, maybe not all these leagues, but some of these schools, particularly the 2 in the Pac-12, they were holding out to see if they could build a conference that would be the 5th Power 4 league.
Yeah, no.
Right? Like, well, that's what they were trying to do.
They
were saying, okay, there's only 4 Power 4 leagues. Yeah. What if when this is all, because they were thinking the ACC was going to break up, and then maybe we could put together a league that is good enough to get Power 4 or then Power 5 status. Yeah. I think why all this is happening now is that they've realized that is not happening. The ACC is going to stay together. The Big 12 is saying that they're going to stand pat. So now it's like, okay, let's rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic with all these Group of 5 schools, and it doesn't really matter how it all falls. Conference USA, Mountain West, Pac-12, AAC. It's kind of all the same.
Just a hodgepodge.
Yeah, so I don't know where the Pac-12 goes next. But
it's just so weird to think about the Mountain West, like an 8-team conference really for the Mountain West and the Pac-12 when you're sitting right there geographically, just sit next to each other, and half the Pac-12 members were Mountain West teams, and now you're elevating. I mean, there's no one else. There's really nowhere else to go other than if you just want to start elevating the FCS schools.
North Dakota State.
Yeah.
South Dakota State.
Yeah, but each one needs to grab one. I mean,
Montana.
Montana. I mean, if you want to go down that road, it seems silly that the Mountain West and the Pac-12, and now I'm assuming that there's bad blood, obviously, because of the scheduling thing and now the poaching. And, I was reading a thing, Brett McMurphy had it, or maybe it was Pete Thamel was saying that a lot of the other conferences now just view the Pac-12 as predators, and I can't fault the Pac-12. They got preyed upon, but everyone was kind of rallying the troops against the Pac-12. And so I don't know if there is even like a room to negotiate to go to the Mountain West and be like, yeah, I know we couldn't work it out before, but look, both of us have 7 schools. The Utah State, by the way, is expected to take the offer, right? That seems to be the general consensus here from reporters, that Utah State is going to accept. And then you're sitting there with 7 each. Doesn't it just make sense to go back to the bargaining table and meld those two together and come up with a pretty solid 14-team conference where you can still have a conference title game, go to the table with a new media deal and try to scrounge up maybe, again, somewhere in that $10 to $12 million range?
Yeah, I guess. Unless you could get Bishop Sycamore.
Like what? Where else?
What are they doing?
There's just no other teams.
They don't exist.
Well, there are other teams. It's just
really?
Well, there are.
You gonna go get PLU? You gonna get Willamette? Are you?
No,
What's
of course
Portland
not.
State up to?
I mean,
this is
I see. I gotta look around. I'm gonna go look around. I'm gonna get them some teams.
It's just
right now. I'm gonna get. How about Liberty? What are they doing?
It's just bad. It's just
they're a pretty good program.
I appreciate. Well, they were in the BCS. I appreciate rebuilding the Pac-12 and and trying to come out of this feeling good about yourself. But I mean, at this point, I don't know where. I don't know where you go from here. I don't know how you feel good about it, other than I guess, like you said, at the end of the day, if you're trying to put a positive spin on it, I guess it really doesn't matter, right? Because they're all kind of the same, and whether you have 8 teams or 9 teams or whoever it is, just try to win as many games as possible and try to be the best of the group of 5 or group of 6 and try to get some sort
Hey,
of access to a playoff.
James Madison just beat North Carolina.
Yeah.
Go
They
get
freaking
them.
hung 70 on him in
Yeah.
Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Who would have thought James Madison would be the one to force Mac Brown to retire?
It's hard to go get a team from the other side of the country though for
Yeah.
not a lot of money.
They're too far.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing when when you're making a ton of money to travel across the country, but when you're not talking about big dollars, yeah, that makes it tough. Because Liberty's in, I think Liberty's in Conference USA, are they not?
Yes.
And so, like, I don't know what that payout is, but you could make the argument that if they came calling, why wouldn't the AAC come calling and be like, dude, we can give you the same thing and you don't have to travel to the West.
Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot out there, is there?
No, there isn't.
North Texas is sitting out there.
Well,
if you want to get into the state of Texas.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of the problem is that by positioning yourself out West, you're really having to look way far away. And it's hard to convince those teams that you want to, because this isn't a big financial boom. It's just not. It's not a lot of money. And remember, it's not just about football, because this is the same conversation we had to have about the Big Ten schools, and you're like, oh my God, think of all the travel costs, but and everything that goes into that and the pain in the ass, but there's so much money involved there. This is not. And these athletic budgets just aren't, they're not like that. And so I think some of that stuff to go get teams out of the South to come out here and play Boise and play Oregon State and play Washington State, and when you're playing in front of 35,000 seat crowds, boy, I just don't know how attractive that is.
All right, well, we'll keep you posted. Looks like UNLV Air Force staying in the Mountain West. It looks like Tulane, Memphis, UTSA, and South Florida staying in the American Athletic. And the offer has been extended to Utah State.
And it is expected that Utah State will say yes. If Utah State says no,
Go Beavers! How about that?
And then maybe Gonzaga for hoops. I don't know. All right, coming up next, let's get to our college football catwalk. We'll start with USC Michigan when we return on The Fan. right, welcome back. Hope everybody had a great weekend. We're partying here. We got Stock Watch coming up next, followed by In the Newez. I've got a headline of the year candidate
Ooh,
for you guys today.
I'm excited.
But we're going to begin our college football catwalk here in a moment. Before we do, might I ask this question?
Ask away.
Why do we have 2 Monday night games tonight?
I don't know. And they're not even like, it's not a double header. They're just stacked. They're like 45
Yeah, they
minutes apart.
overlap each other, which is really weird.
I don't know. This makes no sense
I
to
don't
me.
know what they're doing there.
I'm all for if you give me a double header where you start one early and one late, but this is just two
Right.
games going at the same time.
And where do we watch these games? We've got Bills, Jags.
Well, one's on ABC, ESPN, and I don't know where because that's the Bengals game. I don't know where the Bills game is.
Yeah, the Bengals are playing the
Is
Commies.
that Peacock maybe?
I don't know.
I can look it up for you.
I'd like you to do that.
Let me take a little look-see here for you. We got the Jags and the that is on
Playing the Bills.
Yeah, so that's going to be on ESPN, and then the Commanders Bengals is on ABC and ESPN Plus. So both on ABC network or ABC ESPN networks.
So
Which-
they're going to be on ABC and ESPN at the same time?
Yes.
Oh.
So
All right. A little
yes.
Monday night flipping back and forth.
Yeah, so Jags Bills kicks it off first. That'll be what is that? That must be
4:30.
4:30 because that's Eastern time, 7:30, and then we got the Commies and the Bengals. That'll be at 5:15, which
All right.
again just seems so stupid. But
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. Okay, so to the college football catwalk where we start with USC losing
yeah,
at Michigan. They lost.
that one hurts.
Yeah, the Wolverines with a whopping 32 pass yards,
Mm-hmm.
which is, they said, the fewest since 1987 for them,
Yeah. Well,
and they won.
what's amazing, and I will never. I've talked about this for years. I do not understand that Alex Orji kid. By the way, was like a 5-star kid. Like everyone in the country wanted him.
He threw 7 passes.
He cannot throw the ball. Like, this started back like with the Tim Tebow. Like, and Tebow wasn't this bad, but it stuns me. And that Orji kid is a unit, dude. That dude is just a big physical monster. But he's not a quarterback. Like, how is that guy not a tight end or an outside linebacker? Like, it just stuns me that you have, and I'm not talking about guys that just can't play the position because it's very nuanced and you're not the greatest pocket guy. He literally cannot throw the football. How is that guy a 5-star, like, can't miss quarterback? That dude is awful. They didn't even attempt to throw the
No,
ball.
and everybody knows it.
Yeah.
That's what's kind of crappy about that loss for USC. It's like, come on,
They
man.
had
You lost that game. It was a good game.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean, should you really lose that game? And listen, I get it. Michigan is tough. They run the ball well, and you're in the big house. But should you really lose that game when
No.
you know the quarterback cannot throw the football?
Well,
Come on, man.
And that's disappointing because the USC defense was playing a lot better this year. And in the first half, Michigan punched them in the mouth, and USC got it going there in the second half, played much better defense, overcame the bad turnover pick 6 by Miller Moss. And again, Michigan has some studs. That Will Johnson's one of the best players in the country.
They do.
Guy made a great play. I mean, give him credit. But USC had fought back. They had that game. Michigan had like 2 minutes and some change to go the length of the field, and their inability to throw. And USC gives up, what was that, a 60-yard run? I mean, come on. And the only thing I'll say that, because I know a lot of people were bagging on for that. When you do play a lot of bodies close to the line of scrimmage in these kind of jumbo formations, you see this a lot with goal line plays. I guess not goal line plays, but 4th and 1 where you have goal line formations out there. If you get by the first wave of defenders, there's room. You see a lot of times it'll be a 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, and someone pops one. But if you're USC, you got to make that tackle. You run through 2 arm tackles, and I'm trying to think of the is it Mullins, the converted linebacker? Again, that guy's like 235 pounds. Like, and you're trying to arm tackle him? Like, you've played good defense. You're doing a better job. And then at the worst moment, USC just decides to not tackle?
Well,
That's a killer.
we talked about this on Friday, but some of the metrics, a lot of the analytics people were saying, hey, be careful. USC's run defense is not as good as it looks on paper statistically. And that
Reared its
ended
head.
up being true. Alex Orji, by the way, is 10 of 18 for 47 yards.
Yeah, you can't throw.
2.6
Yeah.
average.
How does someone not sit down with that young man who's like 6'4", 230, 240 and be like, hey, would you like to be anything you want in the NFL besides a quarterback? Because you can't throw. And I promise you, you're not going to, in the next 2 years, you're not going from that to NFL quarterback. So can we please find you a better position? I don't know how Michigan wins with that kid, but hey, it was good. The USC.
Well, he doesn't turn it over
He
like
doesn't
the
turn
other
it
kid
over.
did.
Yeah.
And USC couldn't stop the run.
Well, not only could they not stop the run, but and look, I think USC is a 9-10 win team. USC is going to beat a lot of teams. They're an improved team. It's an improved defense, and they can score points. USC is going to be solid. Obviously, with that one there, certainly I don't think you can say that USC is elite, but that wasn't my biggest takeaway from this game was their inability to stop the run. It was USC's offensive line. They could not block Michigan up front at all. And I know Michigan has a really good front, but oh my God, was it the Josiah Stewart, their rush end, number 0? Someone from USC might want to lay a hand on him. I mean, my God. I mean, that was such a giant mismatch. So yes, USC has made strides. Yes, they've gotten better, but when push comes to shove, their O-line and their D-line will not hold up against the better teams. And when they play a better team that can throw the ball, USC's in some trouble. So while this is still a good team, it's a top 25 team. I thought this maybe is where USC kind of announced themselves as, hey, we're a real contender. Unfortunately, I think it's a big step back, not just because you lost the game, but the way you lost it. And up front, I just don't think you are anywhere near the Ohio States, what Oregon could be. If what we saw against Oregon State was real, and even like kind of the Penn States of the world, and certainly the Texases and the Alabamas and the Georgias, you just don't have the bodies. And they got one 300-pound defensive lineman, and that's Bear Alexander. And by the way, since coming over from Georgia, let me give 2 thumbs, meh. And he was tweeting out after the game. Did you see that? He's tweeting out like, let the bear loose. Let the bear loose, do something. Like, you came over, you were supposed to be this monster for the USC defense, and he's been fine, but that dude's not an All-American.
So we once again overrated USC.
Yes. I thought they were going to take a step forward, and instead, I don't know if it's a giant step back, but it's a good step
We
back.
do it every year. It's like clockwork.
Yeah.
Every year.
Yeah.
USC.
Yeah.
Better than we think. Or we make them better than they are.
I
Notre Dame's the same.
Yeah, you can be.
Although Notre Dame's backed it up way more than USC.
I was skeptical about USC, and then they sucked me in again, and then sure enough, Charlie Brown football.
Why is it that USC specifically sucks us in? Why is it them? Is it just because of the history of the program?
History of the program, we know there's a lot of talent there, and Lincoln Riley is a proven Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma, and USC should have much better talent than Oklahoma. Dude, the guy won Heisman trophies. 2 of them at Oklahoma, 1 of them with Caleb Williams at USC. That guy can coach offense. And you just kind of figure, dude, if they just get a guy that can come in and fix the defense, and it feels like they got someone that made the defense better, I just don't think that the Jims and Joes there, I think schematically it's much better. I just don't think that they've got asses along that line that can compete with the big boys.
Well, Michigan will certainly expose that.
Yes.
I mean, that's one school that can get you up front.
So.
So.
I was embarrassed for the USC offensive line in pass protection. And this is the one thing, because I think Lincoln Riley's a really, really smart coach. I am often stunned at the inability or the unwillingness to try to mitigate pass rush when your O-line clearly
Like
can't
try to help your guys out?
Yes.
Well, Oregon did it, against Oregon State, helped their move the pocket a little bit.
Too many times I saw Miller Moss back there, and they're like, hey, this is what this is the way our protection works. And it's like, hey, you can't block. There was at least 3 matchups on any drop back that USC really didn't stand much of a chance. And when you do that, I'm actually surprised USC played as well as they did offensively.
Well, they still came back and should have won the game.
Should have won the game.
I mean, that's what's crazy about it.
That's what I said. I'm surprised with how well they actually did, especially in the second half, considering just the giant mismatch that was along the lines.
All right, well, fight on. Coming up next, it's time for Stock Watch, what we're buying and selling from the weekend in sports put together by the great Ryan Buckley when we return on The Fan.
Coast to coast.
All right, Buckley is back in the saddle. He was out at the Sun River Stay and Play. Well, out at a Sun River Stay and Play.
Correct.
He's calling it the best deal in the state of Oregon.
Best golf deal, I think.
He played 5 rounds of golf.
You haven't been to the Fairway Village $11
Well,
special, have you?
I should probably check that out, too.
Come on.
Got housed with his buddies.
Not incorrect.
Any shenanigans we need to know about?
Oh, I mean, yeah, there were lots of shenanigans. Let's see. There was a cart girl who, within about 3 minutes of pulling up to our carts, offered to whip out the up tops for a fee.
Oh,
that was
even better.
interesting.
Hey now.
Yeah.
How about that?
I'm
What's the
trying to think.
going rate on that nowadays?
$100, she said.
Wow.
Whoa.
I mean, she thinks she's got some marks here. You're out there playing at Crosswater, which is
True.
mostly private unless you do this deal.
Yeah, you are captive because where else are you going to see?
You're out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh.
She also tried to talk us into going to some karaoke, like multiple towns away. It seemed all bad.
Inflation is killing us.
Wow.
Well, I thought maybe $40 to do it, a couple 20s. Apparently not.
You know what? I bet it could have been negotiated.
Sure.
We didn't
Say,
try though.
Here's 40. Well, she'd probably just take your 40
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe 40 for one.
not show you anything.
You know.
I don't know. I got the feeling
Wow.
that was going to be the first step, and then there were going to be other offers after that.
It's called an upsell.
Yeah. Well, let's start in the realm of college football. And before we get into this, obviously I wasn't here Thursday, Friday. Did you guys talk about K-State guy and his burrito?
No,
K-State guy.
I don't even know what you're talking
Okay. Well, this is going to have to be discussed at length.
Wow.
On Wednesday, a Kansas State superfan who goes by Saint Bill Snyder, he tweeted, much like the Florida State Red Solo Cup guy, slightly different, that if K-State loses to BYU, they did, that he would shove a Taco Bell beefy 5-layer burrito.
Right in the butt.
No
Yeah.
way.
He pinned the tweet, and as the game began to unfold on Saturday night, well, let's take you to the audio clip first, because it wasn't looking so good for Kansas State in the first place, and then this happened.
On Simon McClannon, averaging 42 yards a boot on 10 kicks. Sends a low driver to Kingston. He bobbled it! Kingston recovers it inside his 10, running away from tacklers to the far side of the field. Now the 10, the 15, the 20, the 25, the 30. Convoy down the sideline. Midfield 45, 40, 35, 30. Oh my goodness! He's gonna go! Touchdown! Touchdown! Parker Kingston and the Cougars. Can you believe that?
Just how we drew it up.
No,
And the
we cannot.
crowd just sets in. The environment is electric. There's nothing that Kansas State can do to stop this momentum right now.
So this man's Twitter claim beforehand got so much traction that even the BYU social media team posted Liv Moss after their win, knowing that the K-State fan was going to have to take that burrito and put it
Right in the butt.
So let's take a look at Burrito Man's timeline. He says in the first quarter, we're going to be just fine. Then his next tweet is, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. The next tweet is, I'm heading to Taco Bell. Then they kicked the field goal down 31-6. He said 8 more field goals wins us this thing. He then tweets, I'm so cooked, bro. And then he tweets a video of him walking in his house, dropping a bag on his counter, pulling a burrito out of that bag, and putting that burrito into the freezer.
Oh, scared me there.
He didn't do that. He's not going to do
There's no way.
He's then since tweeted, in talks with Taco Bell execs, we're going to make college football history. And then today, or I guess this is last night, he tweeted, Saturday 9/28, I pay the bet at 9:30 p.m. Buy or sell.
No.
Kansas State man has the courage to do what the
No.
Red Solo Cup man could not.
No.
Sell.
No, he's not doing it.
He won't do that.
So what's
not
afoot
doing
here? What's going to happen then?
But wait a minute.
No,
What
then
is?
he's
can
just going
you-
to say that he did it. You can't show that.
Right.
OnlyFans is a thing.
Right. Can you? Well, how big is this burrito? I'm not a big Taco
I'm
Bell
looking
guy.
at the beefy 5-layer
It's
burrito.
sizable
I'm
enough.
guessing we're looking probably about 8 inches. And
How much girth?
You know, like maybe two Polish
Yeah,
sausages
no
around.
no chance. And by the way,
Maybe a big Polish sausage.
can we talk logistics here?
Well, the frozen is the key. You gotta.
Oh, okay. So
he's got to freeze
yeah,
it.
that's why he put it in
The
the
joke was he has to do that
He's gotta
to
freeze
pay
it.
the punishment.
Okay,
You
that
gotta
makes
freeze
sense.
it.
All right. No, he will not do
No,
that.
he's not
No
doing it.
chance.
No.
I wouldn't think so either. But he's certainly getting a lot of traction
Can
out
we?
of this.
We have got to stop.
Yeah, with this.
Yeah, the no upside proclamation.
Yeah, we're eating poo. We're
Stop.
shoving burritos.
Just stop it.
Yeah.
You don't need to say that.
No.
Just say, hey, if my Kansas State Wildcats lose to BYU, I will be sad.
Yes.
And put maybe a sad face emoji
There
on
you
it.
go.
You don't need to say you're going to shove something in your ass. What is the matter with people?
Because it's one thing. Like, you didn't see any of that game? Dude, we took
I saw a lot of that
We
game.
took it behind the woodshed.
Oh,
didn't
it
see
was
any
a
of it.
beatdown.
I
It
saw
was
the final
impressive.
score.
It was so weird. Like, it was like 10-6, and then just weird as started happening. And more importantly, can we talk about the whites? Can we talk about the whites?
Also, can we talk about the fact BYU has a Jewish quarterback?
Would you get his name right, please? It's the Huckin' Hebrew, damn it, and we talked about him last year.
I heard people were calling him BYU.
No. I like the Huckin'. I like the Huckin' Hebrew.
God.
My man Retzlaff back there.
Could you mix in a
slinging it.
black?
Gee, guys.
The
he-
soon-to-be ranked
like with his-
4-0 BYU Cougars, led by the Huckin' Hebrew, taking down those ninnies from the Little Apple.
He was holding up a shirt with either a friend or a brother, and he was promoting the hashtag BYJew.
Well, I think that's great.
Yeah.
But when you say, can we talk about the white? What do you mean? Like just the team?
Well, they had a whiteout,
Oh.
and they wore the uniforms that I wore when we got there, the originals, like the old school all whites.
Oh.
It was a whiteout, led by the Huckin' Hebrew, and that kid that ran back the muff punt. Guess what? He was white too.
Also, good question on the Vancouver Ford text line. Would Rop's doctor friend be able to talk him through how to extract the burrito?
Yes. Well, I mean, not if it's lodged.
Yeah. Plus frozen, you're gonna get some sharp edges. That's not happening. Don't
Yeah.
do
I
that.
have a surgeon buddy who this is what he does.
Yeah,
Is
you
he
don't-
takes things out of people's rectums.
You don't need to be inserting anything because your team lost.
It's amazing we
My
need a person for
God.
that, you know?
Just stop.
Yeah, it is stupid.
It's a game. Look, and let's be honest. Kansas State isn't that good, and I got to tell you something. BYU's not that good either. Okay, we're all going to lose some games this year, and no one needs to be violated because of it.
Let's
Was a
move
great
over
game, though.
to a little
Go
conference.
Cougs.
Hell yeah.
And by the way, before you get to that,
Sure.
you were not here Friday. He poo-pooed
I did.
BYU's
Yeah.
chances in the Big 12.
I said,
and now look.
I said if they beat Kansas State, we'll talk about it. And all of a sudden, something tells me Utah will bitch slap us. But hey, we're riding high right now with the whiteout. What?
So Utah BYU is back.
Yeah, they're in the Big 12.
Well, I know.
When's that game?
It's actually weird because you would think it's the last game of the year. It's not. It's like there's like 4 after it. So I want to say it's like in either
you
end of
don't
October,
play-
beginning of November.
But you don't play every team in the Big 12. The Big 12 has a bunch of teams now.
Yeah, but the BYU and Utah
So
will play
BYU
every
Utah
year.
will play every year.
Every year.
Yeah.
They put the rivalry back together, essentially. Holy war.
They got back-to-back. They got at Utah and then home to the Jayhawks. They
Yeah,
had them,
dude,
November.
trust me, you don't need to worry about the Jayhawks. They're absolute warmed over garbage.
You don't have
And you know what? If
BYU.
they lose again, I'm going to shove a burrito in my ass.
I would tell you what, I am wearing my BYU shirt today. I didn't even plan that.
Right in the butt.
I just spilled on the sweatshirt I was wearing and it was really hot. If there was a BYU Jew shirt, I would 100% buy that thing.
BYU.
I bet we can find him.
You said BYU Jew.
Well,
BYU.
Yes. Sorry.
So you get it? It's like
Yes, I
Jew replaces the U.
understand. I think I just misspoke. I still like the Huckin' Hebrew better.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's
That
go
was
over
last
to
year.
the conference realignment talk. This is UTSA head coach Jeff Traylor, who famously gave us the
It would have killed a lesser man.
drop. And he's talking about conference realignment here.
Well, Dr. Compost is more privy to that information than I am, but her and I have talked quite a bit the last few days about that. And obviously, we're committed to the league we're in, and we're very grateful for the AAC, but we have to listen to people that want to talk to us. And I just think it has to make sense for us. Obviously, geographically, it might not be as aligned as the AAC is, but financially, what does that look like for us? We're a program that's only been playing ball for 13 years. Most of our limitations are strictly just that. We have a booster base that's very loyal. They help us. There's just not a lot of us because we haven't been around very long. So it's the same people always having to do the most. And if you have the ability to go somewhere that can expedite the growth of a 13-year program, you've got to listen to it. So what does that look like for us? The details, one, she'd kill me if I said it, but two, she's got to be the one to decide that. And obviously President Amy, is the juice worth the squeeze?
Right.
And I'm just not for sure what that looks like exactly yet, but I do know that that is a real conversation that's happening as we speak.
So we obviously know that UTSA, one of the schools that has reaffirmed its commitment to the AAC. But I saw something interesting today from a Coug fan crying conspiracy theory from the networks. They said, in my conspiracy theory era, ESPN controlling playoff access feels like a big angle here. They own the AAC. They can't let some interlopers come along and devalue their product, then be forced to reward their champion or their conference champion for it. Buy or sell that it's the networks pulling the strings on these conference realignment deals.
I love conspiracy theories.
Is that bad of a conspiracy theory, though?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah,
right?
like
So
I thought the networks were in charge.
they are in charge, but you're telling me that ESPN is just secretly giving Texas San Antonio more money to stay put?
No, they're telling them, go back and stay put. It'll be more financially beneficial for you in the long run. You're not going to like what happens if you go the other way.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose you could, but they already signed their TV right deal for $9 million. Is it also that hard to figure out that the Pac-12 at $10 million or the AAC at $9 million, and the AAC is already established? You know who your leadership is. They're selling a future of private equity and all these different initiatives that they're going to do, as opposed to packing up and going from Texas with a bunch of teams and having to fly out west on a regular basis for not much more money for a big unknown. Is it that hard to believe that these teams just looked at that and were like, no, there's not much of a difference here? Like if Oregon were going to the Big Ten and the difference was $1.5 million a year, would they have gone? No.
Probably not worth it, right?
Are the conferences playing a big role in this? Absolutely. Do I buy that they're the ones that made these teams stay? Did they also get involved in UNLV? I mean, does it say something that UNLV, Air Force, and the 4 AAC schools all told you no on the same day? I mean, come on. Look, it's not that attractive. It's just not.
Yeah,
So merge with the Mountain West and be done with it.
Yeah, I would sell. I mean, I don't think the conspiracy theory is that outlandish.
No,
and it's
I don't
not
either.
even really a conspiracy theory.
No.
It's just a theory as to why this may be happening, and that could be true, but I don't buy it. I'm going to sell this and say that I just don't think the networks really care that low down the totem pole, do they? No.
I think the thought is that if they control most of the AAC media, they don't want people leaving and devaluing the conference that they've already paid for, you know?
Yeah, all right.
Well, let's move over to the NFL, where the upstart Seahawks are 3-0. Here is head coach Mike Macdonald.
I'm glad we won today. I mean, it's like, yeah, we got a long way to go. It's a long season. We got a big game coming up. We're not talking about like division. Our first goal is to win each game, and the next goal is to get in the dance. Then the next goal is to win the division. So we're a long way away from there. So we can help our chances again next week if we go to Detroit and get a win.
Well, between the 3-0 start and now more news coming out about the 49ers injury situations, they've lost Javon Hargrave for the season due to torn triceps, and now Christian McCaffrey going to Germany to get his Achilles looked at. Buy or sell, the Seahawks will win the NFC West.
No, I'm still thinking it's the Niners. I know the Niners don't look great right now, but offensively, they still have it cooking, even without all those guys. If you look at most advanced metrics, the Niners are still a top 5 offense. And until I see the McCaffreys out for the year, Ayuk should continue to get better. Debo's going to get healthy. Defensive side of the ball is the one I'm a little more concerned with. Their defense is a little spotty, and Seattle looks really good. They haven't played a lot of people, and I liked Seattle. I said this was a playoff team. This was a 10-win team. San Francisco has owned the Seahawks lately, so I don't like making any sort of radical shifts 3 weeks into the season. Seattle's good. They're not going anywhere, but I'm not ready to write off a team like San Francisco, who, by the way, we've seen weird, funky starts from them, and all they do is continue to win. So, and by the way, they should have won that game. 100% they should have won that game. So it's been a weird start to the Niners, but I'm not ready to make any sort of shifts.
If the Seattle Seahawks do not win the NFC West, I will shove a burrito in my butt.
What kind of burrito?
No, don't.
How about a taquito? I think that's
that.
A little more reasonable.
No, I'm just kidding.
Takiako.
Hey, I'll take Seattle. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
my Seahawks.
Well, I think that I think that coach is really good.
Yes.
I really do. And, yes, it's early, and we shouldn't panic about the Niners, but at the same time, the Rams are a mess injury-wise, even though they won that game. I mean, come on. The Rams aren't going to win that division. They don't have any players.
Yeah.
It was a hell of a win.
Yeah, it was.
But it was kind of fluky, like you said. The Niners should have won that. And then the Cardinals aren't winning it. I think that Seattle, it's going to come down to like the head-to-head against San Francisco. You catch them. I think they catch them here in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And if you can get that one, dude, you're already up 3 on them.
Yeah, look out.
So I'm going to go Seattle.
I love
think
it.
my Seahawks
Oh, come on.
win the NFC West, and Geno Smith,
My Geno Smith?
my favorite quarterback, Geno Smith, and Sam Howell, will be shoving burritos in their ass. I don't know.
As long as you're ready to admit that Geno Smith is good.
He is not good, but he is playing well.
He's good.
He's playing well.
He's good.
But look, I'm the one that has the courage to say Seattle's going to win the division.
That is true.
Okay, so let's
I need to see something besides the
Let's get your
Broncos,
courage
Patriots,
meter up.
Dolphins. That's all I'm saying.
well next week at Detroit.
Yeah, Lions. And then Giants, and then that Niners game.
Stockwatch brought to you by Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. In the news is next. We've got a headline of the year candidate. Here's Buck.
Now.
Right now it is September 23rd, 2024. It is time for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Today is National Checkers Day. Which came first, chess or checkers? Does anybody have the answer to that
guessing
question?
checkers.
I would also guess checkers, but I don't know that to
It's
be true.
a simpler, it's like the difference between Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. Simple comes first. Checkers.
It was actually chess.
Oh.
And the guy, there was a Frenchman who decided that chess was too hard, and so he played checkers on the chess board.
Oh, there you go. See, again,
That's my kind of guy.
Can't figure out this whole chess thing. Let's just make this thing up. I always thought like chess and checkers were some sort of ancient Chinese thing.
No? Well, I don't know about chess, but checkers is not.
Okay.
Yeah, the oldest form of checkers was played around 3000 BCE.
It's a long time ago. Again, it seems a very simple game.
And here's a bit of a stunner. It was found by archaeologists in an ancient city called Ur in Iraq.
Oh, hey.
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
How about that claim to fame?
Iraq's got a, or is it Iraq? They have a wonderful history if you go back far
What is
enough.
the coolest thing about Iraq?
A lot of people think it was the Garden of Eden.
Or Iraq?
If you want to go that. They have some of like the oldest like biblical artifacts in the world, steeped in tradition.
Okay. Take your word for it.
Yeah.
It is also Restless Leg.
Careful.
Restless Leg Awareness Day.
I love that we have like medication for restless leg syndrome. It's like, hey, just shove this pill down your face, you'll be fine.
What is restless leg syndrome?
Yeah, we just got the little jittery leg. You ever had like the leg shakes?
I've seen that, but I've also been told that. I mean, I know like Meatball has that, but I've been told that that's not restless leg syndrome. That's just like a little anxious movement. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think that's kind of the same thing. It's a neurological thing that causes it's an uncontrollable like urge, right? Like
I just think there's a difference between it being a nerve thing where your leg does that and you can't help it, and you being just anxious and so you're just nervous.
Yes.
It's like just like because I do that sometimes.
Well, I think this is more at night. Like if you've ever, you it's a bad example, but like if you've ever gone through withdrawals from anything, you get this. Where you just like you've never laid in bed and you just feel like you just want to kick your legs. You cannot calm down. Like there's just an urge to sit there and just, like I said, you end up like just kicking your legs like violently because you just need to move. It's a really, really weird feeling. I don't think I've ever had like traditional like restless leg syndrome, but like when I was injured and I would take pain pills and then I would have to go off the pain pills, I would get bad restless leg syndrome at night. And it's a terrible feeling.
In the news here, brought to you by The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Headline of the year candidate, this from KGW. It reads, man arrested for crashing into Gresham home while driving under the influence, eating chicken, and watching ESPN.
Boy, that is a hell of a headline. So you're watching some football games, housed, driving, while eating some, maybe some Popeye tendies?
I'm going to guess he got housed. He decided he was going to go home and drove against his better judgment, but he was hungry, picked up the chicken, and also didn't want to miss the game, and that's how we got there.
Well, do we know what game? Like, this was Saturday night, shortly after midnight.
He's probably watching BYU.
Yeah.
He must have been like there was no other. That was the latest game.
That was the latest game. Yeah.
The Cougs went really late. Oh, that was Friday, right there.
Oh, yeah, that was Friday.
Cougs was Friday. I was
this,
thinking that might have been later.
Shortly after midnight, September 21st, officers responded to reports of a Toyota Prius crashing into the bedroom of an apartment on Southwest 4th and Birdsdale Drive. 7 people were inside the apartment, and 1 was in the bedroom at the time of the crash. The driver was a man by the name of Billy Holt. He did show signs of impairment.
You think?
And admitted to drinking. He also told officers that he was eating chicken and watching ESPN on his celly.
Boy, that is a lot going on in a Prius.
Yeah.
Between the drinking, the chicken, and the ESPN, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's really all we know about Billy.
Yeah. Well,
but he probably wasn't a BYU fan.
I wouldn't think so.
You know, because you all don't drink.
No, I'm a BYU fan. You like to drink? I like to drink.
I guess that's true.
Don't paint us all with that broad brush.
Well, you're not a Mormon. He could be a Jack Mormon.
Well, what if he's a Jew? What if he's a fan of BYU? Huh?
He's probably more likely a Kansas State fan.
That would be my guess. And then he was depressed after the hammering that the whiteout was putting on him. So you get housed, and then we know when you get housed, then you want chicken, and then you think maybe my team has a comeback in them, and next thing you know, you're driving into an apartment.
Look, none of that is funny.
No.
But it probably would be funny to see the video of how that went down. of him, you know.
Yeah, I would like to also see him explain that to the officer.
Yeah.
Well, see.
Well, I love how forthcoming he was. Like, yeah, I was eating chicken watching ESPN. What?
Told you. My buddy is a state trooper, pulled over a guy at like 2 a.m, buck naked. The guy thought it was 2 p.m, not 2 a.m. And when my buddy asked him if he had anything to drink, he said no. And when he asked him if he had taken any drugs, the guy immediately goes, "Yep." So again, you know, sometimes you just, you're not talking your way out of that one. You know, mine at that point just come
pays
on.
to be honest.
Yeah, it pays to be honest and take your arrest and
well,
live to fight
guys,
another day.
We have more flight troubles.
Another one.
This one's Hawaiian Airlines, and it landed at PDX. We'll tell you what happened with this one next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
No, I don't have an update to give you right now. I know Justin, as soon as I saw he got up, my plan was, first sign of any kind of any limp, then he was coming out of the game.
Okay, well, that's Jim Harbaugh. He's talking about Justin Hebert.
Yeah. So a little banged up. They went down to the mighty Pittsburgh Steelers, and we'll see how this goes with Herbert. Doesn't
He's
sound
in
like
a walking boot.
Yeah. So
X-rays neggy.
Yeah, you're probably talking week to week, sort of thing, and maybe something has to
High ankle sprain, though.
Easton Stick time?
Well, if it's a high ankle sprain.
Well, they didn't put Easton Stick in, though. They put in the other guy.
Yeah. It was not the Stick, even though they said that he would be the backup. So week to week, and maybe miss a few.
Hey, buy 2 windows, get 2 free right now with Window Nation. 0 down, no interest or payments for 24 months. Rappa. Hey, this is in the news, September 23, 2024. Hawaiian Airlines Flight 26 from Honolulu landed at Portland International Airport Thursday night after a passenger's damaged tablet released smoke into the cabin.
Are we like the hub of emergency landings?
Well, it does seem that way, but this was not an emergency landing.
It's not?
No, it was. I think it was bound for Portland. They just made it.
Oh, they just made it.
So this is a win for me. This is a feather in my cap.
Keep going, right?
As the one who says, always just keep going if you can. Don't turn around.
Makes sense.
So there were no injuries. They said it was not an unscheduled emergency landing. The plane landed safely. So it was just a kind of a hazardous situation up there with that guy's tablet.
Right there. It does seem weird. Is that really an emergency? Like, if a tablet starts smoking...
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't you just...
I think smoke in the cabin is bad.
Yeah, but it's not like...
I mean, we used to smoke in there.
I know, it's a little smoke. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's ideal, but, I mean, a smoky tablet?
Yeah, this kind of seems like a non-story, doesn't it?
A little bit. You know, it's not like it was like, this isn't over like with old Hezbollah or whatever, where they've got pagers and stuff blowing up. It's a tablet. You know, you ran a little hot or, you know, some faulty wiring, it smoked a little bit. Can't you just turn it off? And then, I don't know, worst comes to worst, I don't know, you put it in some water or something, put out the fire? Although I don't know if you want to do that with electronics, but just saying, at that point, it kind of seems like the tablet's gone tease up.
Why is the ravine dive shockingly survivable? This is
ravine-
something we've talked about before.
The ravine dive?
Well, you know, when cars go over, we just talked about this last week.
Well, cars are sturdy, man. You got a lot of airbags, and you know, depending on how far you go down.
Well, here's one: 150 feet.
It seems like a long way to go. But again, you got to remember, there's a difference between going 150 feet Thelma and Louise style and 150 feet where if you're just like kind of, you know, bumping and
kind of off-roading your way down there.
Yeah, pulling an AHA video, you know, just kind of bumper bowling your way down a hill. You know, some
Especially
airbogs.
if you're in a 4Runner.
Exactly.
That's what it's made for.
You want a sturdy vehicle. Like
A
if you got that
driver
Prius.
A driver was rescued after their vehicle plunged into a ravine off of I-84 near Hood River Saturday. Officers responded to the area of milepost 63 on 84 westbound on reports that a vehicle had driven off the highway and down into the ravine.
Yeah. See, I think that's the key. You drove off and you went down the ravine.
It is,
you
but
didn't jump it.
I get that, but at the same time, and the guy survived.
Yeah.
At the same time, you don't know what's down there.
No.
Like you're so like this is the third story in a row where we've read, you know, we've read these, and the person's fine.
The key is you don't hit a tree, because like that. Remember, that's like what happened with Tiger. Tiger started rolling down that hill and then he hit a tree. As long as you're just through the brush and you just, you know, you get to settle at the bottom. But if you hit a tree going down that thing, or you hit like a big boulder,
But what if you start toppling over?
See that? Then again, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. So the key is no toppling and
so
aim for the bushes.
It's just all luck.
It's just dumb luck. It's just dumb luck. When we
this one was overturned.
Yeah.
It was on its top, and it had fallen around 150 feet.
Well, when we were driving back my senior year at BYU, I graduated, and we were driving back home, me and the missus and our daughter, and we had a tire blowout, and we rolled our car at about 80, 85 miles an hour, and we ended up rolling, I don't know, 5-6 times before we came to a stop. Same sort of thing. We came to a rest in a nice, soft dirt field, like. And granted, it sucked. I mean, a bunch of glass in my face and the dirt and everything. But, like, where we started rolling, about 10 feet from where we started rolling was just big, jagged rock field. And about 15 to 20 feet from where we came to a stop was a big overpass kind of bridge. You know, we're a couple feet one way and you're effed, and a couple the other and you're effed. And it just so happens you got lucky and we ended up in a nice... soft dirt field.
You know what that is?
What?
The Lord.
If I have to hear that one.
Looking out for you.
Yeah, we heard that a lot. Although it would have been nice that he just not had the tire blowout.
Nah, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, Jason.
I have been told that so many times after that accident, and I just never understood the...
John.
Can you just not have my tire blow out and save us the trouble of rolling?
No, it's not that simple.
I needed the lesson?
It's not that simple.
The tire blowout?
You need a little glass in your face
It was
to
not,
get it.
It was not the funnest thing I've had.
The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com, they bring you in the news, and that is ITN for September 23, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. Got a lot of news today, including, if you're just tuning in, a lot of news about Pac-12 realignment. Next on The Fan.
Yes, September is back to school and back to work, but at Crunch Fitness, it's back to
Right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. It's your Sports Bros, Rob and Sook. I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there.
Dude. The Bills have outgained the Jaguars 140 yards to 1 right now. Just so you know.
It's not going great for the Jags.
How's that Doug Peterson, Trevor Lawrence thing working out?
Coming up this hour, we'll get back to our college football catwalk. Utah, Clemson, BYU emerging.
Yeah, don't write off Clemson. You know, it's happens. You get blown out one game and everyone writes you off, and all of a sudden you find something that clicks.
It's the dadgum mistake.
All of a sudden that Klubnik guy doesn't suck anymore.
And
Do you believe
Hey.
My 3-1 Buffs.
Hey, give them some flowers, right?
Hopefully we'll
Colorado
have time.
State should have won that game.
Well, of course they should have, for God's sake.
So I'm not giving them flowers.
I mean, they won. Like, dude, we can all hate on Deion all you want, but hey, you keep winning. Although, where's Ropp with your Hail Mary defense?
Great question.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for the call.
Someone
And
hired
it
the
wasn't
man.
Colorado State. That was Baylor
Or yeah,
that they were playing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they laid it on Colorado
Oh
State.
yeah, same colors. I always mix those two up.
And by the way, Aranda may not survive this season. Down
yeah,
there in
he might be
Baylor.
out.
Yeah.
And I liked him for the Ducks job.
Well, he did a real nice job down there at Baylor, but it appears to be slipping away. Especially, I believe now. I think they got my Whites. I think they got the Cougs coming up next. We'll lay a beat down on you.
Hopefully we'll have time to get to our NFL Week 3 Ted Nugent. Coming up tonight in the club, we've got audio of Diddy, Thank God for Salina, Kansas, and the dying industry of late-night family dining.
Oh, I haven't thought about that. Do families dine late night?
Not really.
Yeah.
But they paint them as family-friendly diners.
Oh, yeah.
But it's usually just drunk people.
Sure.
You know.
I am alarmed, at least even in parts of downtown, I am alarmed at how early stuff closes nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just
It's a thing.
yeah, it's
Staffing, maybe.
yeah.
And, it's like, I went to a flower shop today.
Mhm.
Because you
Look
know
at-
me.
Look at you. What do you just?
I'm a flower child.
Giving Colorado their flowers.
Who are you buying flowers for?
That's none of your business.
Interesting.
But the door was locked.
Oh, yeah. No counties. Like
And it's right down here in Northwest.
like
Beautiful
noon-
little Northwest.
Noon on a Monday.
It was 2 o'clock.
Hmm.
And I'm dumbass me. I don't see the sign on the door that says, "Hey, call us."
Oh, yeah, they're in the back.
And so I called them. I don't know. I just looked up their number and called them instead of read it right on the sign. And she opened the door and she was like, "Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on around here. So we're in there. We keep the door locked."
Interesting.
Nice little flower shop down here.
I can see that. Isn't that
Yeah.
saying something though? You
She
can't
was
just,
a little worried.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got maybe one or two ladies working there by yourself, and you're in the back.
Yeah, it sounded like she was the only one in there.
Mm.
So I get it. But it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In Northwest Portland, it's not like we're not at Delta Park.
You're not in Beirut or anything, or are you?
Or are you?
Oh, hey, you listen to certain people, the world's ending, and this city's a hellhole. You
That's
know,
right.
Gonna get murdered any day.
So that's what we have. Club 1080. I think we're ready.
Hot topics, hot
Jesus.
opinions,
Oh, golly,
Hey, Buck was
Stepping all
today.
over me.
Buck was ready.
hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on prime time with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Number 8, Oregon, 24-point favorites at UCLA this week. The kickoff Saturday night here on the Fan, 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
That's a late one.
that is a late. Look, I'll pay attention to that for about a quarter and see if UCLA can keep a handle on that one. Although, hey, they played LSU tough. I mean, they gave them a ball game, but I would
They
expect
gave them a ball game.
I would expect Oregon, if the same Oregon team that shows up that did in the Civil War, they will rout UCLA.
Well, the Bruins only lost by 17 at LSU, despite just 14 rush yards.
Yeah, again,
LSU losing star linebacker Harold Perkins Jr. for the season. He has a torn ACL.
one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, most consider him a top 2 NFL linebacker prospect.
Yep. So I just expect Oregon to run roughshod these next 2 weeks, and then setting up the big one. Hopefully, undefeated Oregon, undefeated Ohio State. Let's go.
Please do be sure to listen to the Ducks post-game show scheduled for 12:30 a.m. Sunday.
Oh my God!
How long do you guys go?
90 minutes.
So you're gonna be off at 2?
That's if the game
Number
goes on
4.
time. We're expecting to go on late.
Jesus. Are you gonna be on at 3 in the morning?
Possibly. We're going to try to speed through some
That's hot. I'm gonna tune in.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna solicit how many people are tuning into that.
The Pac-12, USC, and the NCAA now hit with another lawsuit. This from former Trojans running back Reggie Bush. He would like his NIL money from his playing days.
Yeah, there's so many of these lawsuits popping up, and
Has any?
nothing's been settled.
I was gonna say, is there any precedent for any of this yet?
No, so the House settlement, I guess, is making some progress. in theirs, and the hope from the NCAA is that will set a precedence, and everything is going to have to fall underneath that umbrella. Otherwise, you're just going to keep having these pop up, and the NCAA is just going to have to declare bankruptcy. And they're just, because there's more of these that get filed every single day. So the sooner one of these gets settled, and then it's going to be up to the courts to decide whether or not they all have to feed at the same trough, or if each one of these, because there's one in Colorado, there's one in this one with Bush. There was another fairly high-profile player or two that just filed that, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but another well-known former player. So yeah, these are just going to keep coming.
Reds fire skipper David Bell with just 5 games left in the season. Couldn't wait 5 more games.
I know, really?
Like turf the old fella. After a winning season a year ago, his team is 5 games under 500. Word is that they've got their eye on Miami skipper Skip Schumacher as a potential replacement. We've got just 4 games tonight, and that does include a very big one with the Mariners. They're taking on the Astros. It's the first of 3 in Houston. Now, Seattle would have to sweep just to have an outside shot at the division over the final weekend. But in the wild card, the Mariners are just 2 back of that second spot, which is currently held by the Tigers and Royals. And then the Twins are 1 back. So 2 of those 4 teams will make it.
Yeah, and the nice part is that, I mean, I hate to say this, but if you lose this one tonight, the Astros clinch, right? So they got nothing left to play for. And then the A's certainly have nothing left to play for. Maybe you lose this one, and then you win 5 in a row, and hopefully something weird happens with Minnesota and Detroit. But your chances are not great.
Reports Gonzaga is leaving the West Coast Conference to join the Pac-12. They would get full revenue share despite not having football.
Boy. You want to talk about a weird sort of desperate ploy. Now, do we know if that, because you need 8 to be considered a conference, but would that technically be 8 even though
I think it would.
So,
I mean, they'd be a member.
So you'd have 7 football conference teams, and boy.
Well, I don't know. Pac-12 is going to be adding Utah State.
Yeah.
This after Air Force and UNLV reaffirmed a commitment to the Mountain West today. And we also had Memphis, Tulane, South Florida, and Texas San Antonio all announcing that they were staying in the American Athletic Conference.
So you got turned down by UNLV and the likes, and you had to settle for Utah State and then go grab Gonzaga that doesn't play anything really other than basketball. So now you're at 7. I guess 8 if you count Gonzaga. The Mountain West would be at 7. Can you just reverse merge this thing again? Kiss and make up, and instead of having 2 weird 7 or 18 conferences in the Mountain West.
By the way, the Mountain West was able to keep their core 8 there together, including UNLV, because they are offering one-time payments of guaranteed money, which is, ironically, that's the money coming from the 4 schools that are leaving to go to the Pac-12.
It's not great.
Jesus.
It's not great at this point.
What the hell is happening?
Well, you're piecing together a conference even though no one really wants to be a part of it.
2 games tonight on Monday Night Football for some reason. The 2-0 Bills are hosting the winless Jaguars. Buffalo is up 13-0 thanks to a James Cook 6-yard rushing tutty and a Dalton Kincaid 6-yard receiving tutty.
Josh Allen 11 of 14 for 116 and a tutty. So much for that whole who's he going to throw the ball to?
Well, I've been watching it. He's tried to turn it over, but the Jags just can't quite get it.
Jags like, I don't want that.
The Bengals, a touchdown favorite over the Commanders as Cincinnati looks to avoid an 0-3 start. That kickoff here shortly. The Chargers host the Chiefs this week before a bye. X-rays are negative on Justin Herbert's high ankle sprain. He is in a walking boot. They'll monitor him. And the Niners are losing linebacker Javon Hargrave for the season. He tore his tricep. Meanwhile, they say running back Christian McCaffrey is off to see a specialist for his Achilles in Germany.
Boy, I'm not certain that you want the best player in the NFL having to go to Germany. Although over there, you can do stuff that you can't do in the United States. That's like where Kobe and all the NBA guys
Didn't Brandon Roy go over there?
Yeah, so you can get some stem cells. You can do all the different kinds of PRP stuff that isn't available over here. So, I guess you can say that there's more advanced treatment, but the fact that you're having to go over to Germany, that's kind of a scary thing.
Your Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
And as Dwayne points out, are we now is every school in the Pac-12 a state school now?
Yes, and well, not if you count Gonzaga.
Gonzaga. Well,
But Gonzaga's not official yet.
They're not.
But I tell you what, I am with Dwayne. I love the fact that every single school
State.
is so it's Oregon State,
Yeah.
San Diego State, Washington State, Fresno State, Colorado State,
Utah State.
Utah State, and
Are we missing one?
did I
Did you say Boise State already?
Did I say
Boise State. So there you go.
That's fantastic.
It's the conference of state schools. So just add North Dakota State and get it over with. Let's
Exactly.
go.
All right, coming up next, we'll get back to our college football catwalk. Some teams emerging in the college football landscape, including my Utah Utes. It is Isaac and Suk. This is The Fan. That is so
Yeah,
unfortunate.
it's an unfortunate drop.
I'm not really going to do that. Or am I?
If Kansas loses to BYU, you have to shove some sort of Mexican dish deep in there.
I'm on the phone with Victor Rico's.
Maybe a tostada, if you will. Some chips
So
and some
stupid.
chips and salsa.
I feel like, do you think we're going to be talking an inordinate amount of Big 12 football this year? Because I feel like we will. Because it's exciting.
It is exciting.
I
It
like
almost
that
feels like the
league.
new Pac-12, like the whole
Yeah.
Pac-12 after dark. Pac-12 was drunk. That's
Yeah,
that
it's
sort of
wide
thing.
open, man.
Yeah, it's so wide open. Like if I told you, okay, so I'm looking at the standings here.
Yeah.
If I told you BYU would win it, Utah, maybe Arizona, Kansas State, Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe even a TCU or something. You would be like, yeah, I could see that.
Sure.
I mean, it's just a wide open race.
No, I don't think there's a great team right now. I think Utah is probably the best, but dude, no one trusts Utah because they at times they look so dodgy, and Rising's going to get hurt again. Yeah, it's
well,
just,
he didn't play. I thought they said he was going to play.
Yeah, they said he was going to play, and then
but
they didn't.
He didn't.
They went with Baby Wilson.
Yeah, who looks just like his brother.
Yes.
If you don't know Isaac Wilson, the Utah quarterback is Zach Wilson's brother.
Yeah, but they looked pretty good against Oklahoma State. But again, now we don't really know how good Oklahoma State is because we thought Arizona looked good, and they got hammered by Kansas State, and then Kansas State gets their ass kicked by BYU. I just think it's going to be one of those fun up and coming, conferences. Whereas in the Big Ten and the SEC, you kind of think you have your big boys. In the ACC, it kind of feels like it's Miami and maybe Clemson and everyone else. But in the Big 12, you're right. It kind of feels like any given week. And the new Pac-12 After Dark is kind of the Big 12 After Dark, unless you're Washington State, because that thing was bananas too, with San Jose State going down to the wire, and they found a way to pull that thing out.
Yeah, I'm looking at Utah's schedule here, and they're 4-0, just passed a big test at number 14 Oklahoma State.
Mm-hmm.
Good win. There aren't a lot of places where they trip up.
No.
And the thing about the Big 12 champ is the Big 12 champ is going to get a top 4 seed in the college football playoff tournament, which is huge.
It's absolutely enormous. So it will be interesting to see, like, imagine if it's, let's say, Utah or, I don't know, Iowa State's, they're ranked too, right? Iowa State?
They are, but so there's only 2 ranked teams left on Utah's schedule, at least right now.
Well, BYU will be ranked this week,
and it's
right?
BYU and Iowa State,
Yeah.
and they get both of those games at home.
Imagine one of those that gets a bye, and then your reward for that is like Georgia comes calling in the in the college football
Well,
playoff.
that's what you signed up for,
That's
right?
what you signed up,
I mean,
exactly, right?
You got a place at the table.
Yep.
By the way, Snook, we do have this week's rankings. BYU is 22.
Okay,
So
there
they're
you
out,
go.
yeah.
All right, go Cougs, go Cougs. It is interesting, right? So this is why the rankings are so weird. And believe me, I don't think BYU is the 13th best team in the country. I just don't.
13th. He said
I don't.
22nd.
But follow me on this one.
Following.
Yeah. So Kansas State was 13th in the country, and BYU housed them. I mean, housed them. So isn't it weird that you can be the 13th ranked team in the country because you're undefeated, and your best win is Arizona, and then you play BYU, who's not ranked, and they're undefeated, and they just wiped the floor with you, but BYU's 22nd and Kansas State was 13th, right? Rankings are so subjective. The bottom line is there's not much difference between 13 and 25, but BYU is not the 13th best team in the country. They're just not. They're a good team, but I say this to like Washington State fan and Oregon State fan. I think do this all the time. Like Washington State fan before last week was like, "Hey, Cougs to the playoffs." I'm like, "Oh my God, really?" And then you should have lost to San Jose State. And I still hear from Coug fan that are like, "Hey, we look at our schedule." This idea when you aren't a great team, and I hate to say it, but Oregon State, Washington State, BYU, none of those teams are great teams. Those teams don't go undefeated. You will get nicked once, twice, maybe 3 times. It should have happened to San Jose State. It's a fun story. It's a great team. You had a big win at the Apple Cup. You go out in these group of 5 teams. These are good teams. And yes, occasionally they can pull off big wins. But these teams don't go undefeated because to go undefeated in college football, that's not a fluky thing. You got to be damn good, which is why it usually doesn't happen even when you play a wonky schedule, unless you're like Liberty and you play literally nobody.
But I think the cool thing is, at least when we're talking about the Big 12, is it doesn't really matter how many games you lose. just win the
get
league.
there. Yep.
If you win the league, you're going to be a top 4 seed,
Yes.
right?
Which is why, like the Group of 5 thing, if you want some solace for the Pac-12, the Beavs and the Cougs, it really doesn't matter if your Group of 5 or Group of 6 conference is the best or the worst. These conferences are all the same. They're all kind of the also-rans. So just win. Like, honestly, it does not matter your strength of schedule. If you go undefeated in your Group of 5 and you have a win or two over a Power 4 conference team, even if it's not like a great win, that should be enough to get you at the table, because Dave Bartu talks about this all the time. Strength of schedule is the most overrated thing in college football. We look at record, and you're only going to get one shot at this. And I would rather be, if you're a Group of 5 team and you play a very average schedule, but you're 12-0 versus someone that's 10-2 but with a killer schedule, guess who's going? The 12-0 team or the 11-1 team. So that's the thing to take out of this, is you don't need style or beauty points anymore. Just play who you got to play and put W's on the board. And if you do that, you've got a shot. You've got a shot at getting to the dance.
Dennis Dodd had a little thing in his, he was talking about realignment, but there was one little nugget in there that I pulled out. He said that in the last 10 years, well, no, he said that they ran the numbers over the last 10 years and looked at a 12-team playoff, but did it for the past 10 years,
Sure.
if that makes sense.
Yeah. The way they would do it now, but went back.
But with the results of the last 10 years. And he said that on average, there were 7.73 playoff spots out of the 12 that were from the Big Ten or SEC.
Sure.
Basically meaning that there are only 4 spots from any other league.
Yeah.
So you better win the Big 12.
Yeah.
You better win the ACC. And if you don't, you better have one hell of a record and be ranked really high.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. That's why I think the Big 12 race is really fun.
Yeah.
And the ACC race is really fun, because you could be Miami and be really good, or what you think is really good, but then, you lose a couple down the stretch, you give up the title to Clemson or whatever, and dude, you ain't in that tournament.
Thanks for coming.
You got to win that thing.
You gotta win
so it actually has enhanced the idea, at least maybe not the Big Ten, the SEC,
but the Big 12.
but it's enhanced the idea in the other leagues of conference championships matter.
Yeah. It's to be fun. And I do think that, the Group of 5 stuff, as we come down, normally I could give 2 flying rips who wins the Mountain West or the AAC, but this year, all of a sudden you'll kind of be looking around being like, oh, well, I mean, all right, what are we doing? Who's going where? So even for those schools, it adds a little extra juice to it. I'm with you, man. I do not buy for 1 second that the playoff has hurt the regular season.
And as I predicted, Illinois and Indiana leading the Big Ten here at the quarter pole.
Kurt Signetti, Google me, bitch.
Yeah, I mean, are they pretty good?
Well, they're pretty good for what we've seen.
And is Oregon lucky to have ducked them?
Is that where we're at now? We're ducking the mighty Hoosiers?
Well, they got Illinois. Oregon's got Illinois, right?
Yes, I think Oregon does.
Illinois, that was a nice win at Nebraska there.
Yes, it was.
So Illinois is coming to Autzen. Get ready. Brett Bielema is coming to town.
Well, we talk about this every year, no matter what conference it's in. And we'll see what Oregon, looks like here in the coming weeks, right? Did you solve your issues after the first 2 weeks and everything was solved with the Beeve game, or do some of those things end up lingering around? But every year, like you get a team, and we know at the end of the year, and no one should know this better than Oregon, going on the road at night to Arizona or Arizona State or Washington, with their season and damn near got derailed down at Arizona last year. Remember the year before that, it did get derailed by the third string walk-on against Arizona State. There will be a funky game, and maybe it is Illinois, maybe it's Maryland, maybe it's Wisconsin. Oregon could be cruising, and there is going to be a game at the end of the year that your pucker factor is going to be like a 13. Because that's just the way football works. We want to say that these teams can never be beaten, and yet we look every year, how many undefeated teams are there? Not many. We're dealing with kids here, and it's hard to especially go on the road in November and play in some of these environments.
How about my Colorado Buffaloes?
Do you believe?
Now 3-1.
Boy, how did they pull that?
Pulling that game out?
I mean, you want to talk about pulling a frozen burrito out of somewhere.
God.
I give you Colorado.
Yeah, it was exciting. I got to give them something. They're pretty as annoying as Coach Prime is, and he is annoying,
Yes.
and an eye roll at this point, they're pretty fun to watch. Like, they're exciting. I don't know what it is. It's Travis Hunter. Maybe it's Shedeur.
Well, they play this weird. They're not good. Let me state for the record, that is not a well-coached football team. It's not a disciplined team. But it's I don't know the best way to put it. It's chaotic, and chaos sometimes can be fun.
Yeah.
Because there's no rhyme or reason to what's going on. Stuff just happens.
Well, sometimes teams just have a knack for getting into wild games.
Yeah, and that's
I feel like
Colorado.
the Chiefs are this in the NFL. I mean, they're wild.
Yeah.
And they're oftentimes lucky.
Mhm.
But then they also have great players making great plays when they need it. That is just some teams just have that. Colorado kind of has that. They get in these wild ones. If you didn't see it, homeboy, they're losing to Baylor and at home, and freaking Shedeur hits was it Hunter or was it the other
No,
guy?
It was the other
Wester, I think he
Hits him
was.
right in the chest, and he drops the ball.
Yeah.
He drops the ball,
Yeah.
forcing a Hail Mary, which was the worst Hail Mary defense I've ever seen in my life.
Shedeur runs out of the pocket, wings one kind of sidearmed, and
Barely got it off, and
Barely
the
got
guy
it off.
catches it.
Yep.
They
Barely
get-
caught it because it almost hit the ground.
Yeah, they get to overtime, and then freaking they score, but then Baylor's about to score, and Travis Hunter spears this guy,
Fumbles.
and the guy fumbles on the goal line, and Colorado lays on and wins the damn game.
just the damnedest thing.
The luckiest win of all time.
Yeah, look, Colorado is not good, and I get that you can hate on Shedeur Sanders. I don't think you can really hate on Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter's really good, and Shedeur Sanders is better than like
Shedeur's good.
Shedeur's good. I mean, that is a very average team that has a really good quarterback that's asked to do a lot. I said this. You can hate on him because he takes sacks and he kind of plays like a jackass sometimes. He kind of has to because that team isn't very good. If he played in a better offense with more structure around him, I think he would actually, you wouldn't be able to criticize him that way. But Travis Hunter is really good. I'm fearful for Travis Hunter. The fact that they play him 100 snaps a game, I
Yeah.
just wonder.
It's crazy.
I mean,
we talk about Shohei. Is Travis Hunter the best player in college football?
I don't
Dude,
know.
he's doing it on both sides.
I don't know if he's what he's doing.
It's
I've
amazing.
never seen someone do it. But it worries me because I get that he's not a running back, but how many times do you see kids in college, mostly running backs or sometimes linebackers? I've been a little bit with me. You get used up, and he has been dinged up a lot in his career. I think it's kind of malpractice to play him 120 snaps a game. I hope that there's only so many punches your body can take.
Well, and he's kind of proven what he needs to prove at this point in time. I mean, I know they're trying to
Seriously.
win. They're 3-1. Like, they're going to keep putting him out there, and he's one of their best weapons. But
He is their
there's not
best
a lot
weapon.
more for him to do there.
Well, what would he do? Like, if he concentrated on one side of the ball, would he be even better?
Yes, 100%.
Which side would he be
And,
a better
yeah,
pro
well,
prospect?
what is
he
that?
came out as a corner.
I thought so.
He was supposedly the number one corner when he came out. And look, I am not a corner whisperer, and I'm not a wide receiver whisperer. And I'm not saying that I watched the all 22 of Colorado, but from my view, at least right now, I think he's actually a better receiver than he is a corner. But I also think he spends a lot more time at receiver. When he's at corner, I think he gets had sometimes, but I also wonder, because of all the routes that he runs, like, you can kind of, it's easier to, I'm not going to say lollygag, it's easier to conserve energy on offense and not get exposed. When you're a DB and you're a little gassed, if you've got heavy legs, it shows up way more on film. And so I think he's a better receiver, but I don't know that if he actually just focused on corner, if he would be better at that. But in college, he is a better receiver than he is a corner. And maybe at the next level, maybe that's what he projects as. But this whole two-way crap, that the NFL ain't doing that. You ain't playing 100 snaps in the NFL.
Yeah.
Not when we're giving you that money. You won't last.
Although, did you see that one, that Chargers guy who's playing special teams, offense and defense?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 44 snaps a game
Exactly.
or something, but
He's-
yeah.
What's his name?
His last name's Matlock. I can't remember his
something
first
like
name,
that,
but
yeah.
he plays fullback, D-line, and then special
teams. He's kind of doing like a Jack Coletto thing that he did for Oregon State,
Yeah.
but he's not a focal point of anything. No one's drafting a kid number 4 overall and then being like, "Hey, we're playing."
Do both.
You're doing both.
Do you think more players could play both sides in college?
I think they could, but again, for a long-term future, I don't know why you would. you are taking a lot of punishment to your body that you don't really need to. And I do think it hinders. He is not the defensive player he could be because of the snap count that he plays.
Yeah, but I think if you just look at it through the college lens, if you're just trying to help your team win.
Oh, 100%.
If Travis Hunter is your best athlete, well, let's put him out there on the other side.
I think you could probably do that
with a lot of guys.
Yeah. Because every one of these kids that's the elite players, they all played both ways. And Jackson Powers Booth did it, or Jackson Powers Johnson did it for Oregon.
Powers Booth, nice reference.
Yeah.
Tombstone.
Yeah,
Who's
Tombstone. That was the old Tombstone,
deceased actor Powers Booth.
Yeah, he played Curly Bill.
True story.
In Tombstone. There's a lot of kids that have transferred over, or they start out as a tight end and they move to a D end. But I've never seen, even Charles Woodson, who won the Heisman, doing this. I've never seen a college player that he truly plays 90% of the snaps on both sides of the ball. I've never seen anything like it. I honestly don't know how he has the gas tank to do it. Remember, he was hurt a lot last year.
And he's not the biggest guy.
I am skeptical that this can last an entire season.
All right, the college football catwalk continues next. Where are we placing Josh Heupel among the top coaches? Here's Buck.
The Fan.
All right, what's up? I did get the answer to why we have 2 Monday night games tonight.
Okay.
And it's thanks to P1 Scott who looked it up. This is the first of 4 weeks where we will have 2 Monday night football games. It happens again next week, and then we'll get one in week 7 and week 15. It's part of an 11-year contract ESPN ABC signed with the NFL in 2021.
So they want, that just, I don't know. It just seems weird that you're on, 2 competing networks, but you're not really competing because it's under the same umbrella. I guess this hedges against the idea if the Monday night game sucks. Like this one, Buffalo is beating the brakes off Jacksonville. Lawrence just threw an INT. Doug Peterson's about to get fired. So maybe because that game sucks, now we can flip over to the other one.
But again, you mentioned it earlier. I still don't know why we wouldn't have done the thing that has happened in the past where we start one at like 4:30 and the next one at 8 or whatever it is. Like space them out so they're not overlapping.
So next week we get Titans, Dolphins. Oh my God. Whoa. Worst quarterback matchup ever? Because Skylar Thompson's probably not going to play, right? Who's it going to be for Miami? And then they're going to go against Will Levis, who's the worst quarterback I've ever seen.
Well, Will Levis, you don't want me to start.
Dude, he's terrible.
You don't want to start me on a Will
I'm sorry.
Levis.
He's terrible. And then we also have Seahawks Lions here on the Fan next Monday. So unfortunately, we don't have a show.
Skylar Thompson got his head bounced off the ground. That thing was bad from behind. Was that a shoulder? Or are they saying concussion? What was actually?
No, I don't think it was a concussion. I thought they said
he got drilled from behind, and it looked, because I didn't see that the play, but I saw the replay of it, and I was like, ooh, that didn't look good. And then he obviously didn't come back in the game.
Yeah, they called it a rib injury.
Is it a rib? Yeah, it's from behind, and it's pretty vicious. Look,
so Tyler Huntley next week maybe, because they signed him off the practice squad from the Ravens.
Because they brought in
last week.
They brought in Boyle was the other.
Yeah, he came in after Thompson went out.
Was it Tom Boyle? What is
Tim?
It? Tim Boyle.
Tim Boyle, but I know that when Tua went down, they immediately signed Huntley, so maybe they're getting him up to speed, and he'll be the guy next week.
Look, it doesn't matter, right? The Dolphins were fool's gold going into this season, and they're going nowhere. And let me just say, for all those Tua haters out there, because I didn't love the Dolphins. Like I said, they just beat bad teams. They never beat good teams. It's smoke and mirrors. But for all those that hated on Tua, I want you to realize that when Tua's in there, that's a top 3 offense in the NFL. And every time Tua's hurt, can we see what they are now and maybe give Tua some credit? Like I get it. He's got weapons, and I get it. He's got a head coach that's a pretty innovative guy. Yeah, if you want to see how valuable Tua is, look at them when anyone else is in at the quarterback position. So,
one more college game to address here. Tennessee is really the game of the weekend. Besides maybe USC Michigan, which we talked about earlier.
Those are the 2 big ones.
Yeah, Tennessee took care of business against Oklahoma. That one, I don't know. Oklahoma's offense is so bad.
It's not good.
That I'm not sure how big that was for Tennessee, but it's never easy to go play Oklahoma. Venables is a good coach.
No,
at least I think
in a hostile environment,
and they have a good defense.
Yeah.
But they did it, and they took care of him. I don't know how the hell Jackson Arnold is a college quarterback.
Well, I'd like to point out that at one point, so Orji was a 5-star quarterback, and I believe Jackson Arnold was too. He's like 2 of the best high school quarterbacks in the country, and
dude,
my God,
awful.
They are all kinds of bad.
And so Arnold got benched.
Yeah, they benched him for, I don't remember who the other kid was they brought in, but I guess it got a little better, but because Oklahoma scored, I don't know, a couple garbage ones at the end there to try to make it somewhat competitive, but Tennessee was in firm control of that. I think at one point it was like 21-3, I think, going into the 4th, if I'm not mistaken. Tennessee just took care of business. And if you're talking about the best teams in the country right now, and again, I don't know what you make of North Carolina State, I don't know what you make of Oklahoma, but Tennessee right now looks the part. And I think in 2-3 weeks they get Alabama, and that'll be a little better test. But, we thought Tennessee was going to be good coming into the year, and that Nico kid, again, looks to be the real deal. They've got NFL players on defense, and I think Tennessee is a serious contender.
Where do we put Josh Heupel in the excellent coach
I think he's
rankings?
I think again, you got to do it for more than.
Is he a little unproven yet, or
he's a little unproven? But I think right now you kind of give him the same kind of. I think he's a younger kind of Lane Kiffin right now. Seems to be a bright offensive guy. Puts together good teams. Now let's just see you do it on a regular basis, and you got to get over the hump, right? Like you've had some decent wins, but if you want to really be considered one of those elite coaches, you got to start making the playoffs and hopefully start winning a game or two.
They do get Alabama and they play at Georgia, so they have to play both of them.
Yeah.
So far at Tennessee, he is 31-12 and has an Orange Bowl win. That second season when he went 11-2, they beat Clemson in the Orange Bowl.
Yeah, and that was the one I think where Hooker got hurt. They were cruising, and then they lost one with Hooker, and then I think he blew out his knee.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean Tennessee. If you're saying playoff teams, and a couple are coming from the SEC, I mean right now I think you got to look at it and you say that absolutely Tennessee looks like it's one of those teams.
So
by the way, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to tee up this audio, which maybe that's what you were going to do too.
Well, I was going to say, I know that we also talked that October 12th is like the marquee date. That's the date that Oregon plays Ohio State, and there's all those other great games that day. Now people are starting to circle October 19th, the following Saturday. Number 1, Texas hosts Georgia. Number 5, Tennessee hosts Alabama. Number 4, Alabama.
Damn.
That's fun.
So you got 1 versus 2 and 4 versus 5.
That's good
if it
stuff
stays right
there.
now.
That's good stuff.
But yeah, no, I do have Heupel audio because obviously he played at OU, won a Heisman at OU.
Got fired by OU.
And he was saying all week, the game's not about me, the game's not about me, and then he had this post-game speech.
Winning on the road's tough. Winning on the road against a good football team's tough. They're good. Okay? We're going to continue to face better as we go. Played well tonight. Anybody think we played our best tonight? No. Good teams keep getting better. Keep getting better. I'm proud of the investment, the competitive composure, resetting to the next play, continuing to compete. Man, it's just us being us, all right? And let's just keep making us a better version every single day. You guys got me?
Yes, sir.
All right. This thing, coming back to normal was never about me. It was not. But I appreciate you all having a little extra for me.
It was. Hey, that was a big one for you.
Can you imagine, right?
Bow your heads, grab two.
Yo. Hey, we did that for you, Coach. I did game ball for you.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, you win a national championship there at Oklahoma, right? You go and you get your dream job there. You think you're the next coach and then you get canned, and Lincoln Riley comes in there and has all that success. And yeah, I imagine that is a really, really emotional thing. And he tried so hard to downplay that to his kids, but you heard that in his voice, what that game meant. And those players knew it. That's kind of one of those cool things that makes college football special.
Was that the one they beat Florida State in the final, in the championship?
Who did they win? Did they beat Florida State in that?
I think it's who they.
I'm trying.
And
to
Florida
remember.
State was like a big favorite. I think they knocked off. Yeah, they knocked off Bowden.
Was that Bowden? So who would have been Oklahoma or Florida State's quarterback? I'm trying to remember. It was Bob Stoops' second year. Well, let me pull it up right here. So it would have been soon as man, Texas, Kansas State, and Nebraska in consecutive games to win the national championship.
Yeah, the final was 13-2 in the 2001 Orange Bowl. They shut them down.
13-2.
Yes, it was 13-2.
Boy,
can you believe that?
2 points in your bowl game.
How about that? All right, well, go Oklahoma. That was the whole big game, Bob. And then after that, not so much. Because the one year that they did play in the national title game, that was when they broke every offensive record known to man with Sam Bradford, and they played Florida. And Florida just curb stomped them. And Oklahoma's offense did absolutely nothing.
They lost. Let's see. Who was their quarterback that year? No, yeah, you got me. Oh, it was Winky.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was Chris Winky.
So they came back and won it the next year then.
They won it.
Or they won it the year before. Because Winky won a national title there at Florida State. I played that team. They kicked our ass.
Yeah, they won it the year before.
The year before.
Yeah.
So this would have.
Yeah, they were going for their second.
And Oklahoma said, "That's so fast."
Oklahoma said, "You
said nope.
You will get nothing but a safety."
Nope. That was a good team. They had like Tommy Pauly and Peter Warwick, Chris Winky. Those guys were good.
Yeah, name another player on the Oklahoma team besides Josh Heupel. Bet you can't.
Gosh, I don't remember who would have been on that 2000 Oklahoma team. I don't know. I'll bet you there's names that if you went back and looked at it.
That's what I'm doing right now.
because that would like McCoy and those guys would have come after that. That wasn't like an Adrian Peterson. That wasn't a Gerald McCoy.
Quentin Griffin.
Okay, Quentin Griffin. Roy Williams wouldn't have been on that, right? The safety he was after that. So, I mean, all those guys were after that. Like I said, that was like when I was playing college football.
Yeah, they had Quentin Griffin, J.T. Thatcher. Do you remember that guy?
Not really.
Mark Clayton was a receiver who went on to play in the NFL.
That I'm aware of.
The great Tim Duncan kicking for them. I mean, it's much. I mean, I don't know.
Yes,
Oh, it looks like Roy Williams, the safety, was on that team.
Okay, he was. All
yeah.
Right. Well, there you go. So I knew two. How about that?
Do you remember Rocky Kalmus?
I do linebacker.
Yeah, he was on that team.
Yeah, he was the dirty white guy that always had like a cast on his hand. He was like the quintessential Oklahoma player.
Dan Cody on that team too.
Well, I'm trying to think. We're gonna have to get to some more college football leftovers tomorrow.
Okay,
I've got some stuff left. Well, we haven't talked about the Beavs. You know,
no, hey,
the Beavs ground and pound,
dude. I get it's Purdue, but if you're in state, you've got an identity now. I mean, you know what you are, and it didn't work against Oregon, but it sure as hell worked against the other teams you played, and you bludgeoned Purdue. And by the way, the score was not even indicative of how much of an ass kicking that was.
All right, we'll be back. Isaac and Suk on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
I learned that we're extremely physical, very competitive.
as the sands to the hourglass, the days of our lives, Brett McMurphy has it. UNLV apparently back on the table for the Pac-12.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Because of moving pieces, UNLV has not signed and fully committed to the Mountain West and is still considering the Pac-12, sources told the Action Network. So apparently they're...
Why? What's going on? What does that mean, moving pieces?
I don't know. Apparently...
Better offer?
I guess just, kind of leveraging it. So they told the Pac-12 to go blank themselves originally because they didn't take them in the first wave, and then the Pac-12 was like, we don't need you, we'll go to the AAC. AAC told them to go pound sand, so now you're back to UNLV, and now maybe UNLV using the Mountain West leverage to get a better deal out of the Pac-12. I don't know. But they have 7, they need 8, and UNLV would make 8. Not that, does UNLV move the needle for anybody? But there you go.
I think it'd be cool to have them just because they're in Vegas.
Sure. Although I don't like the fact that it's not state. Can we make it? Yeah. Be there. Right now we got 7 states. I'd really prefer if we went out in like maybe a Texas state sort of thing, North Dakota state.
Well, hey, the Pac-12 got Utah State today.
Yes, they did.
And boy, if that isn't a big meh, I don't know what is.
Well,
I guess they're pretty good, right? They're generally pretty good. Seem like they care.
Yeah, they care.
Where is that?
That is in Logan, Utah.
Logan. Is Gary Anderson still there?
He is not. I think he's done. I don't think he's anywhere. But he went back to Utah State after the unfortunate circumstances at Oregon State. And then I think he left. But remember, Utah State's the one that fired their coach, and then their coach is suing them. They fired their coach this year because of conduct detrimental. And then
this season?
Yeah, this season.
He's already been fired?
He got fired before the season with cause.
That's right.
Really?
Well, yeah. Well, I forget what the
Blake Anderson? Or it says here Blake Anderson or Nate Dreiling?
I think Blake Anderson got fired and Nate Dreiling is taken over.
Yeah, Dreiling's the one that took over.
And was it text messages he sent? What was it? I can't remember what it was. It was kind of like I don't know, verbal abuse and stuff like that.
Something like that. There was some sort of misconduct, and I think no one's really saying what the allegations are, but apparently they did an internal investigation and they canned him and said that it's with cause. They're not going to pay him. And then it's Blake Anderson. And then Blake Anderson was like, I didn't do anything. And so obviously he's going to sue, but
I'm seeing a headline here that he was fired for contacting a potential domestic violence victim and witness to the incident. So he may have been trying to do the Art Briles cover up something heinous, crime against woman type deal.
So welcome to the Pac-12, Utah State. We played Utah State every year. That was our other in-state rival. Besides, the University of Utah. So I've done a couple tour of duties at the old Aggie Stadium.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, if you're an Oregon State fan and you're thinking about road trips on where you want to go see another team play, you can skip Logan. You don't need to go there.
By the way, we've got Angry Old Guy on staff. Did you know this?
What do we got?
It's usually you and I, but
yeah, what's happening
today? It's Buckley because he thinks it's bad that Dan Quinn is wearing a backwards hat tonight.
It's not an angry old guy thing. I just think 60-year-olds wearing a backwards hat look kind of dumb.
Yeah, he looks especially dumb out there tonight.
I think he's a good coach.
He's only 54.
Oh, he's only 50.
Okay.
Well, he usually wears the hat backwards in the booth.
Yeah, he's a hat backwards guy.
But now he's a head coach in Washington, and he's still doing that on the sideline.
That is a Colin Cowherd special.
Colin's not
he owns that corner. That's his.
Yeah, that's his bit.
Well,
Tony Romo.
I don't know. Do you still ever go hat backwards?
Matt Stafford. Every once in a while, yeah.
Once in a blue moon?
I don't really know why I do. I just do. I'm just like, I'm going to put this on backwards right now.
Yeah.
And then oftentimes I don't go out in public like that. I just have it, like if I'm at the house, like putting around or something.
Sure.
But then if I say get in the car and go somewhere, I turn it around. I don't.
Yeah. I don't know when it changed for me, but I have officially reached the old man age where I do not turn my hat around.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
I've been there for a while now. I used to do it all the time, and it just feels out of place all of a sudden. I don't know.
I don't know what it was. And I don't remember making a conscious decision that I'm no longer wearing my hat backwards.
Yeah, me neither.
But I just was like, that's it's not happening. But Dan Quinn at 54, hey man, if you just own it, because like when I see like Will Ortner, he's a big hat backwards guy.
Every day.
Like that's his thing.
But he's like 25.
Yeah, he's like 25. So it becomes your thing. But at some point, you just look in the mirror, you're like, ooh, that's little too old.
Has Colin called out Dan Quinn yet?
I don't
sure
think
he
so, but that's got to
has.
be coming, right?
Dude, he hates the bat. Like, it is such a weird.
Well, his whole thing is you can't be a leader and do that. And he's talking about the quarterback. What about the head coach? He's going to have an aneurysm.
You're right. He might. This might kill Colin Cowherd.
Dan Quinn just needs a pair of Oakleys and he will have completed the insurrectionist look. That is true. Yeah. Dan Quinn does look like he stormed the Capitol.
Yeah, he does.
100%.
He's one of you. All right.
One
well,
of us. Thank you.
That's all we have time for.
It's a movement.
We got to get on to the club. I got some cool stuff here. We've got Diddy audio, which really isn't that cool, but have you seen all the Diddy stuff that's getting thrown out there now?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird
because people are going back and mining the past
Yep.
videos and interviews for outrage. You know.
Well, unfortunately, now we know one of two things. Well, we know two things. It's a matter of what names come out. We know he abused a lot of celebrities, especially young celebrities, and we know that other people that hung out with him were probably doing the same thing. So,
or at least party to it and kept their mouths shut.
It's wild. We'll start there. Club 1080 next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and I want to talk directly to all my contractors.
place. Like,
Right.
why the specific type of burrito? A Taco Bell beefy 5-layer? Like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was the Kansas State fan that said if he lost to BYU, or if they lost to BYU, he would do this.
Right in the butt.
Well, and just again, like,
And so now we're waiting for him to do it.
it's a burrito.
Because
Like,
they lost.
that's not conducive to shoving. Burritos are not. They're not insertion.
Dwight frozen.
Yeah, the fact that you have to now, if you just said like a Reeser frozen beef and bean burrito, well, you know. Although again, the shape of that, that's.
If you look at the video of the size of the burrito he puts in his freezer, it's not pleasant.
As opposed to a smaller burrito. Like,
Well, yeah.
well, I don't know, man. That's just.
I feel like the thickness there matters for
No,
us.
it's just one of those things because I often do this like with guys that want to take the bet. Like I'll take my shirt off. The Mike Gundy. Hey, if I lose this bet, I'll take my shirt off and do the show topless. AKA, I just want to do the show topless, but I need an excuse to take my shirt off. Is it possible that you just wanted to put a frozen burrito?
Don't dare me.
Don't dare me. I will shove this burrito so far up there, bro. That's it.
I'm going to do it.
I'm going to do it.
Why not a taquito?
That's what I said. Like, you need something a little more manageable. Or, like, maybe one of those Taco Time crispy burritos since they're tiny. It's a little more manageable. Like, and that's the thing. The fact that you jump to a 5-layer burrito, dude, you're jumping deep end. Something tells me this ain't the first time that a rolled apparatus has been inserted. I think you're a wily vet. I think
Look, honey.
you're making stuff up.
I got to do it.
I got to do it.
I said I would.
Kansas State. And by the way, perfect that it comes from
They
Kansas
like that
State.
there. Yeah, they're weird out
The
there.
little apple.
Trust me.
That wouldn't come from Lawrence.
Nope.
Might
Well,
come from Provo.
It didn't come from Lawrence.
No, it did not. It came Manhattan by way of Provo, Utah.
We've got Diddy news. You know, he's in jail.
Yeah, they still can't get him out of there.
No, I don't think he's going to be getting out.
No,
I don't think they're going to get him out of there.
No, I think he won't be in there for a while.
They said he's on suicide watch.
Can I? Oh, I should not say that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You don't need to say that.
I'll just keep it. Just keep it quiet. Sometimes it's just best to just keep it quiet.
Well, we've got some audio here of an interview that he did. This is back in 1999. Do you remember that? 1999?
Yeah, we're gonna party like it's
Y2K hysteria.
He was partying like it's 1999. And yes, Y2K hysteria. This is, I don't know who he's talking to here.
I think it's Barbara Walters, perhaps.
Barbara Wawa?
You can hear the voice in the back. I think
By
it's
the
her.
way, is Wawa still alive?
I think so.
Or did she die?
Did she die? I don't remember us eulogizing her.
Yeah, she died.
She did, huh?
Yeah.
Super dead or still recently dead?
2022.
Okay.
December 30th.
Did we talk about?
Well, we might not have been here.
Oh, December
I bet you
30th.
guys
Yeah,
were
we
out.
weren't here. And you know, if we're on vacation and someone dies, did it really happen?
No, I bet she's alive.
She's probably down, drinking kids' bloods out in.
What?
She's part of that whole demonic Pizzagate thing.
She was greatness. At any rate, here is Diddy talking about his parties back in 1999.
Your parties are the hottest ticket around.
They won't even give me a permit for the parties, man. They don't want me to throw the parties no more. But we ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep on having fun, bringing people together from all walks of life. You're gonna hear about my parties. They're gonna be shutting them down. They're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we wanna have a good time. Whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizon, people get intimidated. There's a lot of people out there that feel intimidated by it. It ain't nothing but break it down racial barriers, break it down generation barriers, people from all walks of life. Ron Perlman talking to Jay-Z, Jay-Z talking to, you know what I'm saying? It just goes on and on, it's just like people from all walks of life connecting and getting together. Yeah.
Your parties are the hottest ticket in town. People dying to get into your party. How does that make you feel?
I mean, it's cool. It doesn't make me feel any way special. It doesn't make me feel like a bigger person. It just makes me feel like I know how to throw a party.
People from all walks of life can be perverts.
Yeah. Well,
there
now-
are perverts in all walks of life.
Well, now all the photos are surfacing. Of course, like Leo's there and J-Lo's
Yep.
there.
J-Lo, I didn't know J-Lo dated him.
I thought, yeah, they were. They weren't married, right?
I don't think they were married.
Yeah, they were
But
together.
was that back in
I
the
know
Jenny
that.
from the Block days?
Yeah. She was always wearing like the bandanas and stuff. Yeah, some of the photos, dude, is a bunch of like topless girls getting like milk poured on them, and there's one where Regis was there.
Reg?
Yeah. Like he's just like in the middle of it, which is odd.
Well, so are we to assume that people who are photographed at Diddy's old parties are much like the Jeffrey Epstein people, where they're there for a certain...
I think you got to be careful painting with a broad brush, right? Just because you went to a Diddy party doesn't mean that you were drugging boys and girls and raping people and all that. But I find it hard to believe that you went to these and you didn't have an idea, at least, of what was going on or what was rumored to go on. So,
well, it's probably just like any party where it's like, yeah, we've all been to parties. It may be even parties that have made us uncomfortable because it's like, oh, what's going on at this party?
Well, I told you I went to the Russian party.
And you get to these places and these parties where you don't really know what's going on. You just know that's maybe not your scene.
And I bet we've all three of us have been at parties where you see something going on, and you're like, whoa, that's a level way farther than I'm comfortable with. But you just kind of move on, and then you don't go run and tell everybody about it afterwards, but you think about like, dang, that was crazy.
It's to your point of everybody at a party is not like, it's like when Cosby's running around the Playboy Mansion doing what he's doing.
Yeah. Not everyone.
95% of the people don't know he's doing that that are there at that party, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe they do. I mean, I don't think they do.
Well, but that's the weird part is like I don't know, because like the Epstein thing, like people knew Epstein, people knew Harvey Weinstein, like they would joke.
But I think wasn't Epstein more of like he's a little bit more, hey, if you want young girls,
well, but I mean,
here's the guy to know.
I think if you wanted, like every one of these photos, like that Diddy White party, dude, that thing was like legendary. My guess is if you wanted, when you showed up at that party, especially if you were a single guy, you were going to that party for one reason and one reason only. Also, too, if you were a homosexual guy that was kind of in the closet, I guarantee you knew what those parties were about. Have you seen the waiters at those things?
No.
Like there's and people, like those rumors have been out there for years. Like all the waiters at those parties were very, very young, very, very handsome wannabe actors, all male. And there's photos of Diddy shirtless and arms around him, and so I don't know. I find it hard to believe that, maybe not all, but I'm guessing a lot of the people who went to those parties, you either knew, certainly had an inclination of what was going on there, and whether you participated or not, I don't know, but you certainly turned a blind eye, because it feels like from the Weinstein thing on down, they were very, very good at turning a blind eye, especially when someone as rich, powerful, and apparently as scary as Diddy was running them.
Yeah, but I also think that if you have a bunch of these parties and every single person, because not everybody knows what's going on, because there are people that get into these parties that shouldn't be there.
Sure.
Right? Or that will leak stuff, or that are maybe even, there to kind of sniff around what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
And so you got to kind of, I think you got to keep, I feel like some of it's under wraps.
Sure.
Even if you're at that party, you may not know what's going on.
Yeah.
But if you want to see what's going on,
you can.
You would.
Well, and everything from the Kevin Spacey stuff to who was there was one of the big Marvel directors. Like, it's been known for years that sometimes the young men abuse is actually some of the worst. Like, if you want to be a young star, one of those Disney male actors, there's kind of like a...
Yeah, what's this with the Biebs?
Yeah, well,
there's so much weird stuff.
Yeah,
with that.
At this point, it's kind of accepted that Biebs was, Bieb paid the price for being the Biebs.
The idea, at least that I've seen, is that I guess Diddy did some sort of like grooming with Usher, and he got Usher to deliver Bieber to him for 48 hours, private and unsupervised. Yeah. It's gross.
And there's weird video
now,
of him.
Is Biebs saying anything about this?
No, but Biebs is like having like mental breakdowns, and
he's in videos back then where he looks scared
looks
and like
really
wide-eyed,
and like Diddy is like patting him down. There's some really, some stuff happened. It's not good, not good at all. But that's the thing is, like, you read these stories, and again, this is all stuff that people have known. Who was the Twilight kid? That Taylor Lautner kid?
Yeah.
Ton of people, and again, rumors that are just like, look, it's part of that. If you're like 12 and 13 and you're like, hey, I want to be a star, there's been like this weird thing where it's like, yeah, you can be a star if you just do this. And it's like weird because everyone assumes that that's the model casting couch thing, right? The Harvey Weinstein. Like that's like the least shocking thing ever, from Marilyn Monroe all the way down. But why do we find it hard to believe, or we didn't want to talk about the fact that it was the same way for young boys? If it was that way for Hollywood, young girls in Hollywood, and no one doubts that, and then all of a sudden the male stuff came up and we're like, well, that's weird. Why? Because it's uncomfortable to talk about? It all should be uncomfortable to talk about. And I hope they start naming names. I hope this son of a bitch, because he's going to jail probably for the rest of his life, I hope he starts naming names and starts taking people down with him. But we all thought that with the Epstein thing. Has there been one other person, that went down? Not a single one.
We do believe there's a list, though, right? It just hasn't been released.
Well, we know who hung out with him.
We know who hung around him.
But I thought there was more there that we.
Well, who is it? Is it Prince Andrew? That guy's all but been pegged, and like nothing happened to him. Bill Clinton all but got pegged, and Bill's like just disappeared. There's a guy running for president that was hanging out with them for years, and everyone's like, oh, let's not talk about it.
Yeah, Biden.
I mean, for God's sakes.
Wait, you mean Trump?
I'm just saying. Look at this. The photos are out there.
Oh, yeah, they were buddies.
Yeah,
We'll execute the baby.
Which is not a shock.
And again, the fact that you were buddies with him, you were on his airplane, does that mean you were doing something? I can't say that that's proof, but I find it hard to believe that these people hung out with Diddy and hung out with Epstein and like partied with them.
And we're totally unaware.
Well, look, we've all, like you said, we've all been to a party where something has happened and you're like, whoa, hey. I talked about that party where I was with Mark Scholl, that dude, and I was like, okay, like that's time to leave.
Yeah, but you didn't leave.
Oh, I left.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I have moles.
I was like, and we're good here.
You and Scholl are buddies.
Boop. But anyone that I am friends with, that I hang out with on a regular basis, even mild regular basis, right? And they're inviting me to their parties, and you're telling me I have no idea what goes on at their parties? I know if I go to someone's house whether or not the blow is showing up. Doesn't everyone know whether you got weed, booze, coke, everyone knows when you show up at a party with someone that you know, you've got a pretty good idea of what's happening at that party when you've gone to multiple parties at that person's house. So with Epstein and Diddy and Weinstein and these guys that were having big bashes on a regular basis, come on. You're doing we're doing the NCAA Roy Williams. What? Kids get paid. What do you? Shoe money? I don't even know what this is. I just hung out at Diddy's. I went to like 12 of his parties. I had no idea. I showed up. I had 2 cocktails and danced with a lovely lady and took her phone number, and then I went home. And read my Bible, and it was a wonderful day. I mean, come on.
So there's a video of Bieber's 48 hours with Diddy.
Yeah.
On YouTube, and Bieber posted it. And it's him hanging out with Diddy for 48 hours. He was 15 at the time. Diddy refused to disclose what they were up to. The quotes are, you ever see the movie 48 Hours? Right now, Justin is having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the time of their lives. We were hanging out, and what we're doing we can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream, said Diddy.
This is MJ crap. This is Michael Jackson stuff.
Oh, yeah. Justin, who was signed to Usher's label at the time, hung out with the rapper with his lavish Lamborghinis at his mansion. I have been given custody of him, Diddy continues. You know, he signed to Usher, and I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album. I did Usher's first album. We're going to do that full buck crazy. We're going to go full buck full crazy. When Diddy asked Justin what he wanted to do, the baby, the song, Baby, singer responded, "Let's go get some girls." And Diddy replied, "Man after my heart, that's what I'm talking about."
Isn't it weird alone that you're talking about doing this with a 15-year-old anyways?
Just the two of you hanging out privately, not disclosing activities is weird enough.
Not weird at all that a 30-year-old's like, hey, let's take this. I don't know. Just
what a mess. Well, you know, Biebs can come out and, you know, people are going to want to hear from him now. He can He can spill a lot.
Yeah, but then unfortunately, then you're spilling probably the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to you. And then, of course, he's going to get some flag because we're getting right here. Again, Vancouver Ford text line. He had a chance to run.
For God's sake!
That's the whole Me Too movement with the Weinstein thing. They didn't
no. He's talking about Puff.
Oh,
or
Puff.
Diddy.
Oh,
he had a chance to run.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
did.
I thought they were talking about because a lot of women get blamed for that too. They're like, well, you chose to do it. You didn't have to do it.
Shouldn't have been dressed like
Shouldn't
that.
have been. You didn't have to. You didn't have to take that part. And so you're gonna get that like where, people are gonna be like, well, he went along with it. It's
all right. Well, Diddy's streams are up 18%, so that's good. People are listening to his tunes.
Of course.
Coming up next, thank God for Salina, Kansas. This is The Club on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. Seattle is undefeated. They are. And they're off to a nice start. Now, they have played Bo Nix in his first start. Right. New England, who doesn't look very good. Overtime game. And now a quarterback-less Miami Dolphin team. Let's talk about the Seahawks a week from tomorrow. I look at Minnesota's 3-0 versus Seattle's 3-0.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
North 205 at Highway 30, a crash in the right lane. Traffic is backed up from Stark Street. I-5 not too bad, just kind of slow from Highway 30 over the Interstate Bridge. Earlier crash on 14 is clear, so Vancouver looks pretty good. I'm Claire Beverly with traffic.
This traffic report brought to you by
Guardian Roofing.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
CCB number 252341.
Ahoy there, it's
This next story to you, I am obligated.
You have no choice.
As a Salinan. Of course, this is my hometown, the all-American city of Salina, Kansas. We had some chaos recently.
Uh-oh.
JetBlue passengers heard a loud bang as their plane dropped 30,000 feet in just 10 minutes and is forced to make an emergency landing.
30,000 feet in 10 minutes. So you're, it's a bit of a plummet.
Yeah, it is, because it usually takes them about 30 minutes to get up to 30,000 feet,
Yeah,
right?
you always start the descent and, same thing.
Yeah, it's about 30.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're dropping pretty fast.
Taking a bit of a dip. I'm guessing you felt that one in the bubbles.
So this is a flight from JFK in New York to San Diego, and they had to make an emergency landing in Salina.
How about that? Salina, is there anything it can't do?
No.
Does it have an airport there?
Well, yeah, we've talked about this. Their airport is very small, but they have one of the largest jetways in the U.S.
Go figure. What a strange little...
And that's because they used to have the B-2 come through there.
Yeah. I do remember you talking about this.
So that runway is still there. So you can, like the president has, the Air Force One has landed there before. Some cool stuff goes down.
Well, it's an all-American city.
But then when you get off the plane, there's no
jetway. There's no.
Yeah, there's no jetway. You had to walk off the plane outside.
You bring up the stairs.
Your hair gets windswept. Maybe you get rained on, or you're walking on ice. Whatever the time of year. Maybe it's muggy. Whatever. You go inside the thing and you walk down this long hallway of people that are waiting for the 2 flights that come in and out of Salina every day, and then you pass security and there's maybe 1 counter.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Maybe 2 counters.
I'm looking at the photos of the Salina Regional Airport, and I'm not going to lie. Without the airport, without the runway, just the front of it, it kind of looks like a Holiday Inn Express.
Correct.
Yeah.
A small one.
A small one. Yeah.
Easy to find parking.
Yeah. Guessing that's not a... They got a big American flag, although your lawn care could use a little work. It's a little rough.
Yeah.
Guessing not a lot of maintenance goes into the...
With a lot of weeds growing up in the cracks and the tarmac and everything.
Yes. Just doesn't strike a lot of confidence in me when it comes to my airport.
Around 130 people were on board. The plane was forced to make the emergency landing after the pilot received warnings of a potential smoke alert. Some passengers reported hearing a loud bang. It plunged more than 30,000 feet in less than 10 minutes. A couple of them said it was a little intense. Fire crews charged down the tarmac. That's Salina's finest. As the Airbus A320 plane made its emergency landing, passengers were evacuated off the plane, making their way down a mobile set of stairs. It turned out it was actually a false alarm.
Oh,
they received
all good.
The pilots received an alert that there might be smoke in the cargo hold, and they descended safely and landed without incident. But upon inspection, they determined that the smoke, it was false indication.
Huh. So there was no smoke. So just a smoke alarm went off.
Yeah, one of the passengers said that the pilot didn't know if there was any smoke, but they had to land anyway. So the best part of the story is that in very Salina, Kansas fashion, Jason, the staff at the airport, and there's 3 of them, they ordered pizzas for the stranded passengers.
I love it.
From Pizza Hut.
That is the most Salina,
Yes.
Kansas thing ever. Is that?
Yes, thank you.
You wonder. Everyone gets pizza.
You wonder why we're an all-American city?
Yeah.
That's why.
Hey,
That's why.
You also have a Hertz rent-a-car there. That's exciting. There's a Hertz.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, it's right there's a Hertz.
No.
No?
I think you just... I don't think so.
No, I see it right here.
I think you're wrong.
I think it's new. I don't know what to tell you.
Is AI putting a Hertz in Salina that isn't really there?
I'm telling you, I am on the Google page for. I've been this whole time. I've been scrolling through great photos of the Salina Airport, and I do believe now this is right here. There's a Hertz. And at one point, the Thunderbirds, the F-16 Thunderbirds, the Air Force's answer to the Blue Angels, also landed at the Salina Airport.
Yeah.
Dude, this Salina Airport's where it's at. Although, man, the cracks in the tarmac are kind of alarming.
Yeah, just a few bumps.
Yeah, just no
Not
big
gonna
deal.
hurt you.
No big deal.
You're fine.
Yeah. Do you think when they landed, someone was like, "Where the hell are Salina?"
Yes. I guarantee they're flying from New York to San Diego. They're like, oh my god. To them, they might as well be in freaking Beirut.
Salina. And then they give them Pizza Hut. I hope it was a Meat Lovers.
I don't know if it was Pizza Hut, but I assume it was.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Meat Lovers from Pizza Hut, deep dish style, is quality pie.
If they went high end, they would have gone to the Scheme, but Scheme is only open, I think, Wednesday through Sunday. Or Saturday.
Yeah, I'm sure you kept it basic.
They probably did.
Sure, that's a Hut.
Little do those people know, had they gotten out of that airport and wandered through the town of Salina, they would have been pleasantly surprised that its arts scene, its restaurant scene.
You could have gone to Applebee's.
The people, the fine people of Salina would have taken great care of them. But it turns out they were able to fly back out and get to San Diego, which is probably
a
way cooler.
A little bit better. I think anyone there was like, hey, you know what? I'll catch tomorrow.
This place is great. I'm going to go downtown, get a hotel, and see what Salina has to offer.
And then someone found out there wasn't another plane coming. They're like, you either get on this one and you're in Salinas for a while. So, like, all right.
Well, I had to.
I kind of want to now go to the Salina Regional Airport.
Well, fly in there.
Do you fly into Salina or do you fly in somewhere else?
I fly straight to Salina.
Do you?
It's just easier.
Yeah.
Because that way, because you can fly into Wichita. Now,
What's
Shane,
the
the
drive from
ticket
there?
guy.
What's the drive from the next biggest one?
Well, Wichita, about an hour and 15 minutes. Kansas City, 2.5 hours. So you can fly into any of the three. But Shane, the ticket guy, recently went to Salina.
Really?
Because he was doing security for the big George Lopez show there at the Stifle Theater in downtown Salina.
I bet you that was a hoot.
So
That was a big deal.
Well, the Stifle brings in some pretty good acts.
Yeah.
And so he texts me. He's like, what do I do? Where do I fly? I'm like, just fly straight into Salina. You'll thank me later. It's maybe a little bit more expensive, and there's only like 2 flights. If you get delayed, you're screwed till the next day.
But do it.
But just do that because it's just easier.
Because I have relatives that live in St. George.
And they do have Uber there. So.
And we fly into Vegas and then drive to St. George. Because flying
How far is that?
It's about 2.5 to 3 hours. But like flying into St. George is nightmare fuel.
Why?
It's because it's
small.
It's small. It's expensive. The flights are really, really inconvenient, and then you're in St. George. So we just fly to Vegas, hang out for a little bit in Vegas, make a quick drive over, and then go back. You can bookend the trip with Vegas. It's way better.
Yeah, Vancouver Ford text line reminds me of the movie Trapped in Paradise. That's right.
Trapped in Paradise. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Well, it's paradise. I think what he's saying is.
I was thinking more of like a Doc Hollywood sort of thing where the young hot doctor is driving through Salina, he breaks down and falls in love with a gal from Salina, and so instead of just moving to California and being rich and wealthy together, he stays and gives up his career to go live in the all-American city of Salina with the Midwest butter hog that he loves.
He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
I love those movies. You know, it's like that's what like every Hallmark movie is, except it's usually the other way around where it's the gal, right? The gal is like in New York and she's making like $1 million a year. She's an exec, but she hates her life. And then she moves back to Salina or comes back to Salina for Christmas and runs into like the local guy who makes like, he whittles wood and he's like a widow and he wears a lot of flannel and looks like the brawny man. And she's like, you know what? This is all I need. I'm going to live here and whittle wood with you and have babies and give up my career and everything that I've worked for. And then they live happily ever after. Hallmark.
It's a simpler life.
It is a simpler life.
The dying industry of late night family dining. Next, here's Buck.
Now,
All right. Got to tease a few things. Ducks Roundtable is coming up next.
That's right.
Because it's already Monday. I saw Ortner out there. I'm like, wait, it's already Monday?
Hot bye-week talk.
Yep.
Looking ahead to that vicious cockfight that is UCLA.
That's right. We'll be doing a little midterm report cards from the first 3 games and looking ahead to the final 9 of the schedule.
And the other thing is that Danny Meringue of Midday fame is saying that he has some breaking news regarding the Trailblazers.
Yes.
That he may pop on you tonight after Monday Night Football. So
something involving TV deals.
Yeah. So some cool stuff.
That is some cool stuff right there.
I mean, I don't know.
That's what you're going with? You're like,
it's
oh.
just some sports stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
And by the way, basketball coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. How's that for basketball coverage on The Fan?
Screwed that right in there.
That's what we did.
I'm thinking about switching.
I
I don't know
already
if it's
did.
going to be to T-Mobile.
I made that switch years ago. You do get free Netflix and Hulu.
Yeah, that's
That does anything for
those
you.
are nice perks.
How about this too? Free Wi-Fi on the airplanes.
Also a nice perk.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got a pie shortage.
What?
Yeah. Did you know this?
I don't eat a lot of pie. Don't get me wrong. I love pie. It's just not.
Pie.
When pie does not enter into my world very often. When do you?
I don't like pie.
When do you encounter pie?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's true.
Or at Sherry's.
Barbecues, like if I feel like a pie is something someone brings to a non-celebratory gathering, right? Like I feel like you get cakes at other stuff, like cake or pie for dessert, but pie seems like a more, oh, we're coming over for dinner, we're bringing a pie.
Yeah. I've never liked. I mean, I like pie. Don't get me wrong; it's not bad, but it's definitely way down my list of dessert choices.
See, my fun little angle is yes, it's down my list. But if you're asking me to choose between cake and pie, I'll take pie.
Yeah. See, I go cake every time.
See, I like a good.
I'll go pie over cake.
Yeah.
Unless it's cheesecake.
See, there you go. I find cake to be extremely overrated.
We agree.
I think a lot of cake, and I mean a lot of cake, because cake done well, phenomenal. But I don't think cake is done well that often.
Most of it's garbage.
And you know what? A Bush League pie, still pretty good pie.
Why? Because of the fruit?
Yeah, like I've had, let me just state for the record that peach cobbler or a peach pie is one of the finest things on the planet when done right. It's never done right.
With ice cream.
With ice cream. And it's never done right. But a bad peach cobbler or a bad apple pie is probably the one that everyone makes. And there's a lot of bad apple pie. It's still pretty good. But bad cake? I don't want bad cake.
Yeah, bad pie is better than bad cake.
Yeah. Too many times, and I would say,
Does the cake have frosting?
Unfortunately, it does, because a lot of frosting sucks.
Yeah, see, I'm going to go with the cake because of the frosting.
See, I'm going to say 8 to 10 soirees that I attend that has birthday cake involved. I'm going to say that cake is Bush League, and I don't want anything to do with it. I'll be like, nah. But if you give me pie, I'll eat a bad pie.
And if you're into the cake because of the icing, it's just further indication that the cake itself sucks.
Exactly.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if you have two things there and they're both like, nah.
Yeah.
I'll take at least the icing.
Give
Gives
me the thing
that
with the piped-on artificial
sugary-
sugar?
Yeah, exactly. exactly.
As opposed to the piped-in artificial sugar filling.
Right.
Correct.
The filling of
Or
a
a
pie.
fruit compote.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, we do have a pie shortage.
I didn't know that.
Apparently, Sherry's is going through a lot right now.
The Sherry's by my house got torn down.
Well, they've closed a bunch and they've unpaid taxes and they're stiffing vendors. Like there's a mess. Sherry's is a mess.
Sherry's is in trouble.
But before you blame them for the pie shortage, because if you go in their pie case, like this is from the Willamette Week, some guy went into the Beaverton Sherry's and it was pieless. The pie case had no pies in it.
Huh.
And they were like, yeah, we have a pie shortage here.
Interesting. Now, is everyone facing a
Well,
pie?
that's what he's writing about, is saying that it turns out that there is a pie shortage in the world of pies.
Why? What's the ingredient of pies that's... I mean, all pie is fruit, sugar, and then crust.
Yeah, it's surprising to me it's not one specific type of pie and that it's all pies because, yeah, like you said, is it a crust-related thing? And if so, like, are we missing flour or butter or sugar or something? Like, I don't get what that would be, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, I don't understand what would lead to like chicken wing short. Remember we had a chicken wing shortage because then we had to start serving chicken thighs.
Or does it cost too much to pay the pie makers, and therefore there's not enough labor for the pies?
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like with like I said, with like a chicken wing, hey, we're out of chicken wings. But pie is just it's simple ingredients. I would think a pie might be the easiest dessert, one of the easiest desserts to make. Some puff pastry, little fruit filling. Welcome to Pieville. Pie shortage.
Yeah, they're saying that there is a pie shortage, and all of the late night sort of dining, family dining places are really struggling.
Huh. Because of pie?
No. That's just part of the. It's just a bigger.
We've
got a lot of issues.
Families are showing up in the middle of the night and being like, "Where's the effing pie? I'm out of here."
Denny's closing.
They should.
A lot of Denny's stores, Denny's chains closing recently. Applebee's as well.
Well, can I ask the question? And I'm trying to be fair because if you love Sherry's, I don't want anyone to go out of business, right? So, how did these places become successful, anyways?
Well, Applebee's I don't think really falls into this, but I think if you look at Denny's and you look at IHOP and you look at the Village Inn, Sherry's would be one.
Yeah.
I think that Perkins and the chicken tender dill melt.
Sure.
I just think that one, they're inexpensive, and two, they're typically 24 hours.
Yeah.
And they were always there for the drunks. I mean, and they said that post-COVID, people aren't going out nearly as late as they used to, and they're not drinking as much.
And so, yeah.
And then you add higher labor costs, and you add fewer workers willing to even work those shifts.
Yeah.
Boom, they're all going away.
Because I think about those places, and I have often thought that, like when you go into one of those, and I think to myself, how are there so many of these? Like Denny's is objectively awful.
Yes.
Like there is not a single thing that you could walk into a Denny's and say that is good, or that you couldn't get it somewhere else just as cheap. That's way better at a local.
But I think what they do is they're everywhere. And they're cheap everywhere, and it's the same everywhere. And it's breakfast. Like, breakfast doesn't have to be gourmet.
I also don't think it is cheap everywhere. Like, some places, with the cost of a lot of stuff rising, now people have said it about fast food. I think it's happening with fast casual. Like, I think those menu items that used to be, a Grand Slam for $9.99 is now $16.99. And people are like, hell no.
I know that with fast food. And we talked about it. Fast food places now are offering, like, stupid, insane deals. And they're like, we can't keep this up, but we got to bring people back in the door. I went out to me and the BTJ on Saturday. We were out running some errands, and we went by a little island cafe place down there on the river, and we ordered some shrimp, like a little bloomin' onion sort of thing, 2 cocktails, and did we get something else? Like something from the bar, like some chips and salsa or something like that. Just that, right? That's what we ordered. 2 drinks, 1 entree, and then like 2 little kind of appetizer things.
Mm-hmm.
Would you care to guess?
$85.
$90.
Yeah.
It's $90. And I and I just was kind of like one of those like, oh my God, like it wasn't even like really a lunch. We were just, it's like 2:00. We're like, it was a nice day. We're like, oh, we'll go down and, and you just look down and you're like, $90. You're like, damn. I mean, the view is cool, but yeah, I think there's a lot of that now. A lot of families now, you go into a, whatever TGI McScratchy's, and dude, you walk out of there and it's $100, and you're like, what did I just pay $100 for? I don't know. I just
somebody texting says late night dining is still in. It's the crappy food that's out. So we're getting a little more bougie with our late night dining. I don't know.
So people aren't opting for that because it's not healthy
They're
enough
not
or good
going
enough
to
or
Denny's.
something?
They're going to the local cool places.
Well, so there are late night places open that aren't Denny's?
Yeah, Portland there are.
But not ubiquitously across America, I wouldn't think.
No. Try finding that in Salina.
Because I just can't think of outside of it's the only place that's open and I am drunk. I can't think of any reason why I would ever go to a Denny's.
Well, and the other thing too is it doubles as a breakfast joint. Like it's got that family dining thing, but then also when you're housed, come in here and shove your fat face full of.
Here's some greasy potatoes and some bacon and
you're getting a couple different clientele there. I don't know how Late Night Taco Smell's doing, but it seems to be still going strong.
Yeah,
and maybe that's because it remains cheap.
The one by my house, there is a line around the corner at night.
What?
A line around the corner.
Taco Smell, man.
Yeah.
I don't
well,
get
now
it.
they're getting all that free advertising from the Kansas State guy too.
Oh,
that stuff is such crap.
Well, there's not many places that are open.
Yeah,
but the line is.
Yeah, it's like the last bastion, and it's fast.
Yep. Not with this line. Because like my kids both worked at Taco Bell, and it's been a little bit.
But you don't have to get out of your car.
But they would joke that like the late night shift, it would be like my son and one other kid working there, and they'd have a line of like 12 people, and people would get angry, and he would just be like, "I don't know what you want from me, man. There's one of us back here. One of you's taking the order, the other one's wrapping the burrito." So it's like. And so you can get mad at them all you want, but yeah, they could not find, and I don't know if it's gotten better over the last couple of years, but they could not find anyone to work those shifts.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
All right, we will wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Pack is back